All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Sorry, I looked like my audio wasn't working there for a moment. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you are new. Appreciate you guys joining me today and waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. Long time no Leia. Yeah, Leia is joining us today. Something strange has happened over the last 24 hours or so. There have been multiple instances where both Leia and Boss were chilling together on top of that cat tower, laying together. Never saw that before. They're thinking about a showcase. Oh, who's thinking about a showcase? What's up, Corey? Prince G, I think you said it was your birthday. Happy birthday, man. Happy birthday, bro. How's everybody doing today? How are you feeling? So you're saying Jeff Grubb's claiming that Sony's debating a showcase. Huh. I wonder why. I want, like, if that's true, I wonder what's making them kind of have that internal debate, you know? Michael Lynch with a super chat. Thank you, buddy. Says MBG, during the state of play, when they were showing the Darwin game with the octopus, you looked away during most of it. It looks really good. Watch it. You know, it's funny you mentioned this game, Michael, because this game, Mrs. MBG actually thought looked pretty good. She made her own little list of games. Wasn't able to do a morning with the missus today, but maybe in the next morning with the missus, we could talk about some of the games that Mrs. MBG saw that she was excited about. And this was actually one of the games. I did see it for a brief moment. I'm not going to watch it right now on stream, but I'll have to go check it out later. I've been kind of watching the trailers one by one, kind of going down the list. I usually do that the next day after I stream a state of play because it's just different when you kind of get to watch it in its full fidelity and I'm not streaming live and just kind of soak it all in, notice a lot more details that I obviously missed the first time around. Yeah, MRPD, I don't know what to think about that. You're saying the only thing that really made you mad during the state of play was that the next state of play is going to be focused on Borderlands 4. Yeah, I'm not excited at all about that. Like, if you're a Borderlands 4 fan and you're looking forward to that game, I think it's totally reasonable to be excited for that. But I don't know, man. It feels like Sony is spending more time doing these, like, offshoot state of plays focused on singular games. They're, like, doing more of those for third-party games than they are their own games, and I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. However, this is important to note. Death Stranding 2 is getting its own show. It's getting its own show, so they're not calling it a state of play, but there's going to be a whole presentation on March 9th. Jeff Grubb said yesterday in his show that Sony is considering making a showcase in the summer rather than a state of play, but it's something they're debating internally still. See, I find it fascinating that they're debating it. Marathon is getting its own show, according to Grubb. What? Oh. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Internally, this is a quote. Irfan is dropping a quote here. He says, internally, it sounds like they're debating, flapping between maybe making something this summer a full showcase versus another state of play, but they are considering a showcase. I hate that Sony's scared to do a showcase, dude. That to me is what's interesting about this. That's what's interesting. Is it's like they're like, I don't know if we should do it, man. Like, did you guys actually forget how to put on a good showcase? You know, like they're kind of shook. They're shook. Sony forgot how to do showcases, man. They've been doing so many state of plays. They're so shook by their last showcase being disappointing that they're like a sports player that's just on a bad streak, man. You know, where they know, like, you know, they can play good, but they're in their own head. Charming Man, a member for 16 months, says, "Hi, MBG. I'm liking this new positive, chilled version of yourself. Keep it up, bud." Well, thank you. Yeah, it's not always going to be positive, right? Like, I'm not going to force positivity, but I'm gonna let things flow naturally. Just gonna let them flow naturally. Maybe a little bit more chill. I think I got to cut back on the coffee a little bit. Last week, I kind of realized I had to just come to the conclusion that, dude, you've been overdoing it with the coffee. You know, a little too much. A little too much caffeine in the system, bud. I knew this was going to happen. Or at least I had a feeling it was going to be too much because I'm having trouble falling asleep at night, you know? And I know it's because it's from the caffeine because I kind of got the jitters. Michael Lynch with a $2 super chat says, "Did you watch the 11 minutes of Tides of Annihilation? I did see that apparently they dropped 11 minutes of gameplay, which is awesome. I'm going to check that out a little bit later. I'm trying to keep up with everything that's coming out, man. It's hard. That trailer did look amazing, though. That game does look sick. See, that's what makes me sad, man, is like, you know, a lot of people complaining about the state of play, and we see a game like that, and it's like, it's not from a Sony studio, and it's not, I'm assuming it's not exclusive. And then people are like, well, it doesn't matter. And it's like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, dude, come on. That's awesome. The dialogue is pretty cringe. I mean, yeah, the dialogue was definitely not something that hooked me, but just I'm too enthralled by the look of the world. You know, I'm like, holy crap. Yeah, maybe we could check it out at the end of the stream when we wrap up. Subtext with a super chat. Thank you, buddy. Saying, I wonder if they're debating doing a showcase because they seem to want to stick to announcements closer to release, but that limits hype potential. That would subtext. I think that's a good theory that would explain why they're debating, because truthfully, the only way they could have a good showcase and not risk having a not so good showcase like the 2023 showcase, the only way they could do this is by essentially ensuring that they're going to have a barrage of stuff. You know, you can't just show 3 live service CG trailers and then show some Spider-Man and think, well, there you go. There's your showcase. Like, no, dude. No, that's not a showcase. That's, if anything, that does lean closer to what people expect from a state of play. And I get from Sony's perspective, when you look back at that 2023 showcase, they're probably like, hey, we showed 4 first-party games. And I get it, but it's like, dude, 3 of them were CG live service trailers. Like, you know what I mean? Like, to me, that's where the disconnect is, where it's like, that's not what anybody wants to see at a PlayStation showcase. You want to show a live service game here or there, that's fine, you know, but that's not supposed to be the meat and potatoes of what a showcase is. Spider-Man can only do so much heavy lifting. Prince G, a member for 11 months, says, this even-keeled MBG is more palpable. Xbox is still trash. PlayStation is king. No, Prince G. The internet is always right. It doesn't matter that Sony just had a record-breaking holiday season. It doesn't matter that the PlayStation 5 is now at 75 million units sold, and 42% of those purchases last holiday were new players. That doesn't matter. Didn't you hear, man? PlayStation's garbage. They're failing. They're in the dirt. They're going down. Console gaming is dead, my friend. Throw out your console. PlayStation is dying. Some people, I think, do believe that. Honestly. Some people do believe that. But actually, when you look at Sony's earnings, and we're going to cover that today, you look at Sony's earnings, dude, PlayStation is on fire, bro. Like, they're doing something right. Like, they're honestly doing something right. Whether we agree with what they're doing or not, like, from an objective standpoint, like, they are on fire. Figuratively literal, thank you so much, my friend, for I keep saying re-upping. I'm going to say renewing your membership. I'm going to try to convert to saying it that way. Thank you, figuratively literal, for renewing your membership. I very much appreciate that. Please look forward to your perks. We haven't been doing... We fell a little bit short with the members content this week, but that's okay. There's still plenty of members content out there. I know a lot of you guys, you just do it to show support, so I appreciate that. But yeah, we're going to talk about Sony's earnings today because there is quite a bit to go over. Sony had literally their best holiday season so far with the PlayStation 5, which is kind of shocking when you think about it. No, I didn't read that yet, Irfan. I do have that up. I'm going to read that. And Corey the Legend Landiga coming in once again, dropping a 10 bomb on you guys. I want to see some W's flowing in the chat, some wins for Corey Landiga. 10 W's for 10 members gifted. Thank you so much, Corey. Thank you so much. I always appreciate your support, man. He says, Leia, this is for you, doll. You know what's weird? She kind of has phases, I guess, where sometimes she loves this cat tower and she just constantly sleeps on it, and Boss is just like, bro, you know, like they were trying to share it yesterday, and it was okay, but other times she just kind of, you know, she just doesn't use it. So I guess she's in a phase where she's really, really enjoying it right now. I've been catching her on it every day, multiple times a day. So, Corey, let me add your 10 bomb to the goal here. And yeah, guys, if we do hit that 25 mark, like I said, or like the goal says, we will feed the beast. I don't think Leia's going to eat the treats, though. I could try. If we hit 25, I could try to feed her some treats, but she usually doesn't eat the treats. You know, Boss, he'll eat all the treats. Luna will eat the treats too. But Leia's kind of strange that way. She's not really into them. We also have a super chat from Michael Lynch once again. Thank you for the super chat, buddy, saying, PlayStation is like Mike Tyson from the 80s, unstoppable in his prime. First Sega, now Microsoft. Bring on the next contender. I do wonder if there is going to be a next contender. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Corey. I almost forgot. Yeah, if we hit 25 members, if Leia's still up there, we'll give her dope, as you put it. I don't know that there's going to be a next contender. I hope there is. I think some people maybe are looking at Nintendo, thinking like Nintendo's going to be the one that Sony maybe starts to compete with, but I'm not convinced of that yet. That remains to be seen. Steam with a console? Maybe, possibly, anything's possible, I guess, but I'm not convinced of that either. I think that we would have to see a really, really, really big push from Valve. Like, Valve would have to make it clear, like, we're coming for you, Sony. You know, and I don't see Valve doing that. Valve to me is more like, yeah, we're just doing this because we want to just have some fun, man. You know, we're just doing it for fun. Buy a console if you want. That's kind of the vibe I get from Valve. And Nintendo, I think honestly right now Nintendo is probably the closest to being a, you know, what we would consider a traditional competitor to PlayStation. But I think it really, like I said, it comes down to the presentation of the Switch 2 in April, how much third-party support it gets, and whether or not it seems like it's taking away from PlayStation 5 console sales. It might not. Right now, it doesn't seem like it is. So, but yeah, man, PlayStation, the Mike Tyson of gaming. We also have a super chat from Charming Man. Thank you, buddy. He says, so glad the Saros protagonist is capable of growing a beard. Otherwise, I wouldn't be excited for the game at all. I know, man. Could you imagine if they had a beardless man out there laying on the beach, or what looks like some kind of beach? And yeah, I wouldn't be able to deal with that. He does have a sick. You know what's funny? This is actually funny you mentioned that. You know who talked about the main protagonist beard? Mrs. MBG. Mrs. MBG likes beards, and she was like, "Hey, that guy's got a sick beard." That was like literally the first thing she noticed. So I think Housemarque might be on to something here. That game looks amazing, dude. I don't want to like dwell too much in the negativity that I've seen, but it really is sad to me. It really is sad to me that there are so many people like they're more hyper focused on how like wanting to talk about how bad the state of play was and how Sony doesn't have any games, and they're just completely ignoring this game. That genuinely makes me sad because it's like, guys, you like listen, it's not even from like a console war, Sony better, Xbox better standpoint. It's literally from a Returnal was an amazing game. If you didn't play it, you really should play it and give it a chance. This is a follow-up to that. That's probably going to be even better. This is amazing. Like, this is going to be very likely one of the best first-party games Sony drops this entire generation. And it just makes me sad that people are like, nah, bro, I'm not even going to acknowledge that game because Sony sucks and State of Play sucks and Sony's got no games. And it's like, oh, I hope you guys find your way, man. I hope you find your way because Saros looks incredible. I know it's just a CG trailer, and it's funny because I saw somebody was asking me, they're like, how can you be excited, for just a CG trailer? And it's like, dude, it's Housemarque. It's Housemarque, man. Like, I played Returnal. I've played Housemarque games in the past, but specifically looking at Returnal, it's like, I know this is going to be fire. Like they've absolutely earned the benefit of the doubt where if you show me a CG trailer that looks awesome, I know that game's going to be awesome. I don't doubt you in the least. They've given me zero reason to doubt them or have any trepidation. But yeah, Saros looks awesome, dude. And the only thing is it's not coming till next year, but they said we're going to get some gameplay later this year. So I'm stoked, man. I'm absolutely stoked. The video has all positive comments on the PlayStation YouTube channel. That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. I'm glad to hear that. Is that Alana Pierce's boyfriend? I don't know. I know he's an actor. I've seen him in multiple things. I remember him from Midnight Mass and another show. I think he works with Mike Flanagan, I think, quite a bit. Oh, it is. Oh, that's cool, I guess. Yeah, I didn't know they were dating. But that's kind of interesting, though, because Alana Pierce was working at Sony Santa Monica. I guess she knew for some time what Housemarque was working on. Did you hear the comments today? PlayStation is talking internally about a showcase or State of Play for the summer. Yeah, so multiple people have brought this up. Let me go check something here. Oh, hold on. Okay, so I see it on the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit. Jeff Grubb says Sony is internally debating if they hold a full PlayStation showcase this summer rather than a State of Play. I'm going to click the YouTube link and see if we can hear what he has to say. I want to hear directly from him. Let me see.
Place with a lot of those games. Now, they could still have some fun announcements. They could really start bolstering like the expectations for 2026. I think internally, it sounds like they're debating floppy between maybe making something this summer a full showcase versus another State of Play. But they are considering a showcase. So, and if they have a showcase, that means they'll have a lot of stuff to talk about. And at that point, you would definitely expect to see Wolverine and a lot of other games that could come out next year.
Gummy bears from Bungie, like Jay Arthur said, that whole thing.
Yeah, right. Gummy bears apparently still very far away. So I think that maybe they tease that somewhere, but that's still very far off. And then there was one other like tidbit that I wanted to make sure I reminded people about. Marathon. Marathon wasn't here because they're probably going to do their own thing. Okay. Bungie does their own thing usually for Destiny. They're going to adopt that same, we're talking to our audience, strategy this year as well. So I think April we probably hear from them about Marathon, and it would just be its own thing. Separate.
You said
from
April.
State of Play.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, I mean, Jeff Grubb, he's pretty well connected when it comes to Sony and what they're going to do with their shows and whatnot. He's proven that he has good connections. I mean, listen, man, I would love for Sony to do a showcase. I think we can all agree. If they're discussing a showcase, that means they have lots to show in the near future, which is good. Yeah, I think maybe the reason why they're debating whether they should do it or not is because they're trying to figure out if it would be smarter and wiser to do like a traditional big showcase and just show it all at once, or spread it out over multiple state of plays throughout the year. And I'll be honest, man, I think Sony needs a showcase. I do. I think it would be okay if they just did state of plays. They would be fine. I mean, it's just like we mentioned earlier, regardless of what people think of this state of play, regardless of what people currently think about the state of PlayStation, PlayStation, I should say, is doing better than it's ever done. It's truly on fire. They're not slowing down. They're more profitable than ever. They're making more revenue than ever. They're selling consoles at a faster rate than ever. These are things we're going to go over in a little bit, but this is the reality. So it's like if Sony decides they don't want to do a showcase, they just want to keep doing state of plays, they're going to be fine if they do that. However, I do believe that from, in terms of like fanfare and garnering more of a positive perception of the brand, I think doing a full-blown showcase, and a good one, that's the important thing. Not a mediocre showcase, not just an okay showcase. I mean, finally, like it's been years, a really, really good showcase where they drop bombs, right? And everybody walks away from that being like, holy shit, that was maybe one of the best shows they ever put on. I think Sony needs that now more than ever, especially after seeing the reaction to the state of play. Because here's the thing. I liked this state of play. I did. I liked it. I understand that people are disappointed from a first-party perspective. They're like, where are the first-party games? There's only one there. Where's Ghost of Yotei? Where's Death Stranding? I understand. And I'm not trying to say there's anything wrong with asking those questions or feeling disappointed because those games didn't show up. I think it's fine. But it's just, I guess I know what to expect from state of play now. I know the way Sony does it. Sony does 85% third party, like 10% second party and 5% first party. Like that's basically what they do during their state of plays. And that's exactly what I expected going into it. That's exactly what we got out of it. But I understand that, people are going to be calling for more. And so I just think Sony needs to maybe embrace the idea of screw it. Let's get it all in there at one time, do a big show in the summer, one that has a ripple effect, one that people are still talking about 3 or 4 months from now. I think that's something that could really benefit them. I think there are a lot of fans that are making it abundantly clear right now that they want them to do that. So, yeah, I mean, it's like I said, if Sony does decide, you know what, we're going to do a showcase, we're going to do it. They need to look back at their 2023 showcase and understand whatever that was, you do the opposite of that. You know what I mean? Your next showcase has to make that one truly look like a joke, because a lot of people, that showcase was not good. I'm just going to put it out there. Like, I mean, I've talked about it numerous times, but the 2023 showcase, it just wasn't good, man. Especially for something that was labeled a showcase. People were extremely let down. So if they're going to come out and label it a showcase in the summer, they got to go all in, man. They can't risk. If they're nervous that it's going to be an underwhelming showcase, then they just shouldn't do it. They shouldn't do it. That's what I think. They just shouldn't do it. Did I watch Luke Stevens' review of Avowed? Such an awful release. Yikes. No, I have not been looking into anything regarding Avowed. I have zero interest in that game. Are there some problems with it? Is there something really wrong with it? I have no idea. Maybe they'll kickstart their next showcase with Bear McCreary concert again. I mean, if they want to set the tone. If they want to set the tone, the game has bugs. Helldivers 2 won Game of the Year at the DICE Awards. Wow. You guys see my Helldivers hoodie? Wait, hold on. Oh, it's not. It's a great hoodie, man. You know how much this hoodie costs? You know how much this hoodie cost? The original retail price was like $55. I got it for $13. Yeah, it was like 75% off. I'm like, okay, all right. I don't need a new hoodie, but for $13, 75% off, I can't pass up on that. But that's great to hear that it won, man. I heard that Astrobot absolutely cleaned up. Astrobot just wiped the floor with the Game Awards or the DICE Awards, I think. I think they took home like 10 different awards or something. Astrobot and Helldivers cleaning up, man. So I was right. Sony's not going to market any of these Xbox games. Show is mainly third party yet. Say Xbox is third party. Where are the Xbox games? Yeah, I was really expecting at least like Forza to be there, but I'm starting to think that Sony doesn't want these games to show up at their show. You know what I mean? Because like it's kind of weird that Sony doesn't seem to be really trying to help them out here at all. It's a little, I don't know. I don't want to read too much into it. We got to see how things play out, but I am a little bit surprised that not even Forza showed up. Bismarck129, thank you for the super chat, buddy. You're saying, I think the problem with the state of play was the lack of detail Sony provided when they announced it, which led to a lot of speculation. Yeah, I mean, people were blaming me for overhyping it, and I talked about that during my stream. I take the L. LOB Seahawks, thank you for letting me know, man. I'll go check that out in a minute. I took the L in that I definitely overhyped it, but I told everybody, I'm just doing my thing, I'm doing my thing. I'm feeling really good. And I always told people that no matter how hyped I get, if there's just a couple games shown that I'm excited about, it's a success for me. But I definitely, I was talking about that God of War collection, and that just never came true. So definitely take the L on that one. But yeah, I mean, I think back at the blog post that they put out, I think they probably described it the best they could without giving too much away. Like they want to get people excited enough to tune in. They can't like really be too upfront about what to expect. By the way, guys, if you haven't already, please take a moment and hit that like button. Hitting the like button helps the streams out, and it lets me know that you enjoy the streams. So if you haven't, please do that. So yeah, there are a couple of things we got to go over here. I think we got a direct donation as well from Perfect Image. Perfect Image says PlayStation should do a showcase a lot more to allow developers to talk, new features in games, and what's coming in the near future. What do you think? I think it's risky, like kind of the approach you're talking, because the approach that you're describing sounds more like an Xbox Developer Direct. People like the Xbox Developer Direct, but the Xbox Developer Direct is not a showcase. The idea of letting the devs talk more, I think that would be great. I would like to see that. I would like to see Sony do maybe a different type of state of play where it's like, Sucker Punch is going to talk in depth about Ghost of Yotei, and then after that, Kojima's going to talk in depth about Death Stranding, and then after that, Bungie's going to talk in depth about Marathon. That would be interesting, but I don't know, man. It's like I said, the state of play format, whether people want to accept it or not, it's working for Sony. I'm not trying to tell you that you should like it. I'm just saying that there's a reason why they're still doing it this way. I will stand by what I said, Perfect Image, and that is, I think Sony needs to have one big show a year. I've been saying that for a long time. I accepted prior to the state of play. I basically told you guys, I don't think they're doing showcases anymore. And I believe that literally up until today, when apparently Jeff Grubb said no, they're debating doing a showcase. So I'm like, all right, guys, listen, if you're thinking about doing a showcase, you should, and you got to make it good. Like, you got to bring the heat, man, because you have to understand what you were doing last generation. You have to understand that last generation, you put on some of the best shows that people have ever seen. And then nobody's necessarily saying you got to replicate those shows to a T, but what people are saying is you got to do something kind of similar, something in the same ballpark, right? And I agree with that, where it's like, yeah, dude, if you're going to do a showcase, we just look at what you did in the past. You know, I'm not saying, announce games 6 years in advance per se, but, screw it, man. If you got to go a little bit early. Days Gone Remastered, we're going to talk about that too. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Well, let me go check this Insider Gaming. Let's see. Insider Gaming, why Bungie's Marathon wasn't at Stated Play. PlayStation Stated Play from February 12th was littered with announcements and trailers, but nothing from Bungie about their upcoming PvP extraction shooter Marathon. Marathon was one of the few prolific titles that were not featured, leaving fans confused as to why Bungie's first big project post-Destiny was not shown. According to Giant Bomb's Jeff Grubb, Marathon was not shown because Bungie is probably going to hold their own showcase event for it, likely in April of this year. During yesterday's Game Mess Decides show, Jeff Grubb said that the decision falls right into the Bungie playbook. The new Marathon game, not to be confused with the older Marathon trilogy from Bungie in the 1990s, was revealed in 2023. Considering the success Bungie has found with Halo and Destiny, and given their recent acquisition by PlayStation, expectations for Marathon are quite high. Okay, so I thought there was going to be new info here, but this article is basically just reporting on what Jeff Grubb said. I mean, I'll tune into that. I'll definitely be interested in it. I don't know if I'm going to like Marathon or not. I think the trailer looked cool, and I'm open to an extraction shooter from Bungie. I'm open to what this game is, but I just don't really know that I can say much more on it except I got to see it, right? I think that's how pretty much everybody feels. So if they do a dedicated Marathon show in April, I'll watch that. Yeah, I'll stream that. Check it out. Yeah, I do. So I do want to go on a little bit of a rant right now. I hope you guys, I don't know if it's going to be a heated rant, but I got a little bit to say here. So I hope you'll entertain what I have to say. One of the things I've been seeing proliferate since the State of Play ended was, well, it's something I've been seeing for a while, but it got worse after the State of Play. It got worse. It got significantly worse. And, I spent a lot of time ignoring it. No, I did not delete my live stream. It's members only currently. It is copyrighted to Oblivion and back. I'm currently in the process of trying to remove those copyrights. So for now, that's what happens when you do a 10-hour stream. But it is members only. So if you are a member, you can go check that out. But hold on. Let me read what KaneZ7's saying here. KaneZ7 says, you look so down, MBG. Don't let the haters win. The show was good. Lots of games to play. Also, the anti-woke people already found out one of the voice actors for TOA has pronouns in the bio. Now the game is cooked. Oh, my God. Oh, my God, bro. Like, are they really doing that? They have pronouns in their bio. It's over. Like, oh, man. You should just stop trying to enjoy anything anymore. If this is how you're gonna behave, just walk away, man. Okay, no, I'm not down. I'm just tired, dude. Like that stream, I've never streamed that long in my life. I'm still recovering from it. I'm good. You know, I may not be like. I also cut down on the caffeine a bit. I'm still drinking a little bit here, but I've lowered the caffeine intake because, to be honest, it's just been too much. It's been too much. But I'm good. Kane, I just want you to know I'm not down or anything. I'm not depressed or upset. Nothing like that. Well, I am going to rant a little bit. But I appreciate your concern, man. I'm good. Now, one of the things that I've been seeing proliferate ever since the State of Play ended are the foolish individuals that come out and it's, where's Sony first party? Where are Sony's games? PlayStation doesn't have any games. Where are they? Sony's got no games. And my problem, as always, is not with the individuals who are saying this. It is with the proliferation of it. Where people are just like, you know what? You're right. Sony doesn't have any games. Where are the games, Sony? Where are they? And I just find it comical because it's like, well, let's see here. Last year, Helldivers 2 dropped. Easily one of the biggest games of the year. Took over. That's a Sony game. Astrobot won Game of the Year. That's a different game. That's a Sony game. We got two of the biggest single-player games dropping this year from PlayStation. Ghost of Yotei, Death Stranding 2. We've had 3 single-player games, single-player AAA games announced from PlayStation over the course of 4 months. I want you to think about that. For the people who think that Sony doesn't have games, I want you to really think about what I just said. 3 AAA single-player games from some of the most talented studios in the industry announced in a time frame of 4 months. Okay, over the course of 4 months. And that's not even counting Wolverine. That's not even counting Marathon. And dare I say, that's not even counting Fair Games. But I'm not even going to count Fair Games. I'm going to be honest. Who's going to count Fair Games? This, to me, is important to highlight because if somebody says PlayStation doesn't have games, like from their studios, or if somebody says, they ask the question, in a troll-like manner, where are the games? They are just simply, how do I put this? They're not the brightest bulb in the box. That's the most polite way I could put it. Whether they're doing it intentionally or not, they are not the brightest bulb in the box. And we've just reached a point where I could understand if people were saying Sony's got no games when it's like there's 2 games. Like literally, that's all we know. There's 2 games. That's it. Nothing else. I get that. I understand why people are going to say that. That's not what we're looking at. See, what people are doing right now, and this is where the comical part comes in. What people are doing right now is they're looking at the fact that Microsoft purchased 2 major video game publishers this generation, Bethesda and Activision Blizzard King. Okay? They're looking at that. They're ignoring the fact that Microsoft has now basically become a third-party publisher. And instead, they're focusing on the fact that, well, they're publishing. Microsoft is publishing and releasing more video games than Sony is. So therefore, Sony doesn't have any games. You know, it's interesting because I feel like this is kind of the way it's always been. Not necessarily with Microsoft, but with EA, Ubisoft, Capcom, Sega, the list goes on. And this is where the comical part comes in, where it's like, so let me get this straight. You never said a single word in the past about major third-party publishers publishing and releasing more video games than Sony has. But now, because it's Microsoft, now you're going to say that. Now you're going to shine a light on that and make it seem like it's a big deal. And you're going to do it in the most disingenuous way possible. I wonder why that is. It's obvious why that is. The reality is something that a lot of these people don't want to see. They refuse to see it. They absolutely refuse to accept it. The reality is Sony's going to drop 2 of the biggest single-player games this year. Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei. The reality is PlayStation players are actually happy with that. Do you know why? Do you know why they're happy with that? It's not because, oh, well, we'll just accept whatever Sony does. No. It's because PlayStation players like single-player games. They certainly like bigger AAA single-player games that are very high quality. And you know what Ghost of Yotei and Death Stranding 2 are going to have in common? They're both very big, very high quality, well-produced single-player games with a lot of meat on the bone. PlayStation players are going to be happy with that because the term quality over quantity will always win at the end of the day. It always has and it always will. Would it be great to get 6 games like that over the course of 12 months? Of course. But that's just not going to happen, probably from any publisher. No publisher is going to release games on that level, 6 to 7 games on that level within 12 months. That's just simply not possible. The reality is there are groups of people right now that are either A, extremely upset that PlayStation players not only get to look forward to these games, but now also get to play Xbox games as well, on top of everything else, such as GTA 6 and every other third-party title. B, people who profit off of making sure that they can continue to rage bait people who are into PlayStation or happy with PlayStation, or court those who just look to continue to, again, proliferate this narrative, this false narrative. This is what I see. This is what I've seen. It's what I'm continuing to see. And it's comical in a way, because it just goes to show the level of delusion that people are willing to stoop to just keep the charade going. to just keep the charade going. But once again, reality comes barreling down, unrelenting. The reality is Sony is in the, like, you know what the reality is? The reality is Sony has literally made more money over the last quarter than Microsoft has in gaming. That's right. Even with Activision Blizzard, even with Call of Duty, Sony still makes more money. Now, that doesn't matter to me. That's not my money. But it definitely matters to the group of people that I'm referring to. You better believe it matters to them. Oh, it really matters to them. And Corey the Legend Landiga comes in and drops 5 more member gifts. Corey's doing some heavy lifting today. Corey, thank you so much for that, buddy. That brings us up to 16 members. So we're making our way. We'll see if we end up hitting that goal. I think we will. Thank you for that, Corey. Now, look. I'm just trying to paint a picture here. And this is the picture I'm trying to paint. It's not one of delusion. It's just one of reality. If you're somebody who plays on PlayStation, you get to look forward to Ghost of Yotei. You get to look forward to Death Stranding 2. You get to look forward to Marathon. You get to look forward to games like Lost Soul Aside. Right? Hell, you even get to look forward to Days Gone Remastered if that's your thing. You also get to look forward to Forza Horizon 5, Indiana Jones, possibly games like Gears and Halo at some point, apparently, maybe even Starfield. And you get to look forward to games like GTA 6, Borderlands 4, Mafia. This is the reality. This is all just this year, apparently. And yet there are going to be people that you come across where the only thing they want to do is tell you, no, that's not true. You are unhappy. You are not enjoying games. You can't enjoy PlayStation. You are not enjoying your PlayStation 5. You're not enjoying your PlayStation 5 Pro, and you're definitely not enjoying anything Sony's doing. But you know what? It's like, look at yourselves. Listen to yourselves. The delusion. How far does it have to go where it's like, what are you talking about, man? Look at the data. Look at the numbers. All these people, the same people. Last September, a fucking tsunami. A tsunami. The PS5 Pro is garbage. Nobody wants it. Nobody's going to buy it. Sony's out of their fucking minds. Ain't nobody spending $700 on a PS5 Pro. Meanwhile, Sony has a record-breaking quarter. Console sales up. Xbox sales flatlined. And they still want to argue. They still want to come out and be like, yeah, well, you know, Microsoft makes more games than Sony now. I would fucking hope so, considering they spent nearly $75 billion to make that a reality. Oh, and that's not even mentioning the fact that we're also going to be playing those games, bud. Like, this is not a matter of, well, this is why Sony doesn't care anymore. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm playing Ghost of Yotei this year, a sequel to one of my favorite games ever. I'm playing Death Stranding 2 this year, a sequel to one of my favorite games ever. I just got to look at Saros, the next new game from one of my favorite studios at PlayStation. What are you talking about? See, you're saying, MBG, you're sounding like a typical fanboy. Let me ask you. I'll give you the opportunity. Explain to me what was fanboyish about what I said. If you can explain, I'll give you the opportunity. Multiple chats. Explain to me what was fanboyish about what I said. You're saying constant defending of Sony. I'm not defending. There's no defense. At no point did I defend anything. I'm laying out facts. If laying out facts is now considered defending a corporation, okay, then I guess I'm guilty. I literally just told you I don't care about the amount of money that Sony's making, but for those who are wondering, for those people that are constantly fighting, throwing, trying to, again, smash each other over the head with the club. Well, Microsoft's bigger than Sony now, or, Xbox is bigger than PlayStation now. It's like, okay, well, just so you know, Sony's still making more money. That's not my money. It doesn't matter to me, but in case you're wondering. Well, we're not talking about, well, you can't play sales. You're right. We play games. Oh, that's right. We get your games too. Thank you for reminding me. They have nothing to stand on anymore, dude. They have nothing. By the way, Whiskey Gaming, Hellbound 1981. Get my blood pressure up here. Whiskey Gaming with a 5-bomb. Hellbound 1981 with the second 5-bomb. Bringing us up to 26 members on the day. Thank you guys so much. When I'm done my rant, we'll give Leia some of her catnip. Her what's it called? Her silver nip. That's what it's called. Count Quackula with a super chat. Or David, really quick. David said, let them have this one, MBG. It's all they have left. No, I'm not, dude. Because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of every time I go to stream a fucking event, a state of play, I have to be met with a barrage of trolls, of people who are either A, actually delusional, or B, pretending to be delusional in the name of causing chaos. And I'm not dealing with it anymore, dude. Like, I'm done being passive about it, because I realize, like, if I'm just passive about it and I just, hey man, I'm just trying to enjoy games, for them, that's free reign to be even more annoying. So I'm just done with it. I'm not dealing with the dumbass takes anymore of like, just shit that's a lie. That's what I'm done with. I'm done with the delusional lies from, frankly, idiotic groups of people. I'm done with it. Like, I'm not even, and this has nothing to do with defending Sony. This has everything to do with keeping shit straight. Making sure that people are not just freely walking around being like, guess what? You guys get our games. And you're losing. Like, huh? Wait, how's that work? Yeah, that's right, bro. You got the world's most powerful console, and you get our games. Clowns. Like, I'm confused. What's bad? Yeah, that's right. You're also getting Sony's games, bro. Like, I swear to God, this is like what I'm looking at. It's like somebody coming up to me, explaining all the things that are happening, framing them as bad, and I'm supposed to be upset about it. And it's like, they're all good things. Anonymous Boss, you're saying everyone will clip this? Well, they clip me no matter what, dude. Dude, I got clipped saying maybe I'll subscribe to Game Pass. I got clipped for saying that. I don't give a fuck about these people clipping, dude. Clip away. But I'm going to speak my shit at this point. You don't have to agree with it. You can leech off of it for content if you need to. But I get clipped no matter what I say. So I'm just going to say what I got to say. I'm just going to say what I got to say, dude. I mean, damned if you do, damned if you don't, right? So I may as well just say what I got to say and move on. Count Quackula saying Xbots are desperately just trying to damage Sony. I mean, somebody's desperately trying to do something out here, man. And I'm done trying to understand it. I'm done trying to reason with it. I'm done trying to rationalize it, and I'm done trying to understand it, because I'm waking up to the realization that that's not what any of this is about. Yeah, I got to bring that back, Chris. That's my bad. Novinzer, I just want to let you know I've already tried that. I've already tried that, man. I've tried over and over again. And it's like the harder I try, the worse it gets. So it's like, you know what? Nah. I'm done. The important thing is that we're eating good, fellas. Well, that to me, that's the irony in all of this, is it's like, we're gonna clown you, bro. Why? Cause cause you're happy about games that are coming out, man, on your console that you play. Yeah. Well, you know, you hype stuff up, so you lose. It's like, no, I'm having a good time, bro. What are you talking about? Yeah, well, Days Gone remastered. What's up with that remaster station? It's like, okay, I guess, man, sure. Yeah, man, I don't know. Days Gone remastered. I don't know what to say about that. MRPD, you're saying make your next event stream members only and tell the mods that whoever speak out of line or just bring that chat ban. Oh, well, yeah, when we listen, so here's what I'm going to do. The next time there's an event stream, I'm going to make the chat members only chat when the event starts and then after the event. Prior to the event, it will not be members only chat. And Titus Crow comes in dropping another 10 membership gifts on you guys. Let's get some W's in the chat for Titus. Second 10 bomb of the day, bringing us up to 36. Titus, bro, thank you so much, man. All these people out here, man, all these deluded people.
Is that what you think?
It's
That's exactly. It doesn't matter what you think.
It's great. It's wild out here, man. But yeah, I'm going to be experimenting with the next, and I'm going to be experimenting with the next event stream. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I just, listen, man, I had everything under control during the State of Play stream. And the only time it got out of control was as the State of Play was happening, and then especially when it was over. I can't ban everybody, dude. I can't, like, even my mods. Like, it's too much. Like, it's not about creating an echo chamber. I'm not targeting people who are just trying to have normal conversations. Titus, you're saying I'm cleaning the den. Your rant got to me. Well, I appreciate the support, Titus. I do. You're going to be rage cleaning soon. It's about not turning the like, listen, man, I had people telling me for like the third time. This is the third time after an event stream where I have people telling me, like, they just don't really want to deal with it anymore. Like, they don't want to be here. They don't want to deal with it anymore because it's just it's bad. And they know, like, they know this is what's happening. So more of them come, and I'm just like, you know what? I'm nipping it in the bud, dude. I'm nipping it in the bud, and I'm going to make it as simple as I possibly can. When we do event streams, when the event occurs, and then after the event, it will be members only. And I apologize if you are not a member. I understand that might be disappointing to hear, but keep in mind, this is for the benefit of the entire channel, because I've spent too long. Listen, I've allowed too much bullshit into the channel. It's as simple as that. Too many trolls. I've been too tolerant. I've been too passive, and I'm just done. Like, I'm done. And you know why? It's not because I'm trying to target people per se, but it's because that State of Play, I actually enjoyed it while I was watching it. And by the end of it, I was like, that was pretty good, man. That's a lot of fucking games I want to play. I'm feeling pretty good. And I'm finding myself having to argue with people who are literally even super chatting because they're like, they can't accept that I actually enjoyed that show. And I fucking refuse to deal with that shit. I'm not dealing with that. I'm not saying I need an echo chamber. I'm not saying you can't disagree with me and say, well, I didn't like the show and here's why. I got plenty of that and I had no problems with that. I'm talking about the people that, you know what I'm talking about. I don't even need to describe it. Just, if you were ever here during any of my event streams, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The exact type of person. They're trolls. And I'm nipping that in the bud, dude. I have no more tolerance. I put up with it for too long. And I'm trying to enjoy this shit. You know? I'm trying to enjoy this shit. I'm not, and I want to make it clear too, because I've seen people, Rich Rod, I'll read that in one moment, bud. I've seen people as well. I've seen people basically saying, well, it's like, what about all the negative stuff that people say about Xbox? Dude, I'm not telling you, if you're watching a State of Play or a Sony show, that you can't say it was bad or trash or you didn't like it. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you can't do that and then just keep saying it over and over and over again and then super chatting me about it, basically arguing with me that I disagree. Like, you need to know why. Or like you have to really kind of beat me over the head with, no, dude, it was trash. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not, like, that's not going to exist on the channel anymore. It's just not. And yeah, that's just how it's going to be, man. I'm over here trying to fucking talk about the games that I saw that are getting me excited, and I'm looking at the chat and it's just people like, you're fucking fanboy, bro. What are you talking about? Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, we're done. We're done. Like, no, I'm not a fanboy. I'm sitting here literally trying to talk to you about the games I just saw. That shit's done. This was the breaking point, man. No more party poopers. All right, let me read what Rich Rod said. Titus, you're saying it's time. Gaming Survivor and Rich Rod equal mods. Whoa, Titus. Let's hold our horses now. Chris Brown says third party scares you, huh? No, you do. Mentally ill. I will think about it. Wait, Rich Rod. I'm confused. Oh, hold on. Oh, okay. Rich Rod, you're saying me and Gaming Survivor as mods. Poll. Well, listen, man. I'm going to be the mod. My mods, listen, man. My mods are fine. I don't. It's me, dude. Like, it's not my mods per se. It's me. Like, I have allowed a certain level. So basically, Trojan horse type situation where, you know, or like wolves in sheep's clothing, maybe is a better way to put it, where it's like, dude, I have tried to reason with people and have balanced discussions with people, and there are just groups that come in where they take advantage of that and they look to exploit that. And I've just basically for a long time been like, yeah, that's cool. I don't agree, but that's cool. And then it just causes havoc where it's like, you know, I'm pretty sure you're just a troll. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm just sitting here trying to have a decent discussion with a fucking troll. And then other trolls catch on to that and they're like, oh, I guess we're allowed here. We can exist here, you know? And I'm just not, the concern trolling and everything else. And it's just like, I'm just not doing it anymore, man. No way. Because I tried to do the right thing. I did do the right thing. And I've been berated where it's like, you don't even talk about the games, man. You're not focused on the games, man. You're only focused on the console warring or the sales. And it's like, okay, well, you know what? I'm going to fucking sit here for 10 hours, hype up the games for a state of play, watch the state of play, be excited for the games that I just saw, assuming that there's games I liked, which there was many, and then afterwards continue to be excited about, wow, guys, you should see those awesome games. And you know what? Look at the amount of people that wouldn't let me do that. Because that's never what it was about. That's never what it was about. They know that's never what it was about. And for them, it was only ever about one thing. Well, anyway. I've had it. I've had it up to here. But, you know, this kind of falls back into what I was saying, man. This kind of falls back to what I was saying, where it's like, it's very bizarre to me. It's very bizarre to me that I continue to encounter so many people, and it's becoming a trendy thing to do, by the way. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but to me, this is the saddest part, where it's like the trendy thing to do now is to like just basically be like, yeah, Sony sucks, or where's the where are the games, Sony? And that's just where it's like, you know what, man, you don't fucking play on PlayStation, and you don't play PlayStation games. You don't. You know you don't. Because if you did, you literally couldn't say that. You could not say that. It's wild, dude. You're talking about the same people that when Astrobot came out, oh, that doesn't matter. It's a fucking kid. Who cares about Astro? It's just a kid's game. Then it goes on to win Game of the Year. Still doesn't matter. You're talking about the same people. It's like Helldivers 2 comes out. Yeah, it did better on PC, bro. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't count. Like, what the fuck are you people talking about? Doesn't matter, bro. Death Stranding doesn't count. Get the fuck out of here, man. Yeah, Death Stranding doesn't count. Guess what? Death Stranding's probably going to shit on so many other games. Anyway, guys, I'll be right back. I got to go punch a couple holes in my wall. All right, maybe. I think I punched a stud, dude. Told you I need a punching bag. I'm just kidding. For those wondering, that was a joke. I did not punch any holes in my wall. But you finally deleted X? Well, good job, Titus. I should have used a stud finder before punching the wall. Planet Schlorpian, that's a bit extreme, wouldn't you say? Do I get mad if other channels have clips of me? I mean, I used to get upset, but one day I just realized that, dude, these people, listen, the people who do this, they're just looking to profit off of whatever they can, whatever's going to get people, whatever they can riff off of, and that's fine. But for me, it's like, no, I don't, because it's just going to happen no matter what. Like, dude, I could buy an Xbox. I could replace my poster back here with Xbox, or I could just like take that poster down. I could rebrand my entire channel, you know? I could do everything. And it's like, no, they're still going to do it. You know why? Because they need it. That's why. They need it. I don't know if people kind of realize that. I'm sure they do, but they need it. You know, when you build your entire persona, you know, your entire persona is built off of leeching from others. You know, half of what you do is you. The other half, the other half of your identity are those people. So that's when I kind of realized, like, dude, it doesn't matter what I say. Like, they're always gonna find a way. Like, one of the things that was crazy to me, and this is what really did it for me, is, and this was like 2 or 3 weeks ago or something, but I saw somebody clip me, and they like heavily edited the clip. So like they took like a 4 or 5 minute chunk or something, or maybe like an 8 minute chunk or something like that. And there were like multiple cuts. And they had to do that to make the clip work. And that's when I realized, oh yeah, I'm done, dude. Yeah, no. This is how far they're willing to go. You know? To just make sure, like, I gotta keep making these clips. I gotta keep making this content. Because if they can't, it's over, dude. It's over. But upload the real clips. Yeah. I mean, I've thought about doing that for a while, Devil Shooter. And maybe, I don't know, maybe me and you can work together and we can work something out, you know? Because I don't post any clips for my streams on Twitter. Not because, well, honestly, the only reason is because it's hard. Like, that requires, I got to go out of my way and like edit all my streams. And that's why I find it shocking that the people who do this, like, there are people who do that shit and they're not getting anything from it. At least not yet. I guess the hope is they will get something, but it's like, you're out of your minds, bro. Like, I can't imagine just sitting there watching people for hours and hours and hours for the sole reason of, I just got to wait for them to say something that I can use. Like, that's crazy. That's actually like literal insane person behavior. But you know, the world's a crazy place, man. Figuratively literal, a member for 15 months says, heard about the anti-PlayStation campaign intent on spreading disinformation about the PS5, including both IGN and Digital Foundry members. It's crazy out there. Exactly. Dude, something like that exists, and yet people are still going to be like, nah, bro, there isn't some kind of fucking campaign. This is, you know, this isn't disingenuous. Like, what do you like, dude? Look at this. There's a literal secret Discord of like known individuals that are actually literally coordinating to try to diminish PlayStation and anything or anyone involved with it. Like, that's nuts. And listen, I'm not sitting here saying there aren't radical, insane PlayStation players out there, but this to me is like a step above, where it's like, Digital Foundry is supposed to be one of the most unbiased places out there, and they've been accused from both sides constantly. Your PlayStation bias, your Xbox bias, and then something like this comes up, and it's like, dude, how could you look at something like this and still feel confident? You know what I mean? Because I don't. Because I'm like, you know what? I don't know that I care anymore. I don't know that I care anymore, because it's like, this is the shit that's going on behind the scenes. I don't trust shit out there anymore. I don't. Who are the individuals? I know apparently one of them was Alex Battaglia from Digital Foundry, Clobriel, which is not surprising. And I know there were others. I don't, maybe you guys have all the names. I don't have like the whole list, but I was seeing some of the like, apparently there was like somebody in there being racist towards Shuhei Yoshida, which is like, what the fuck? Like, okay, that's kind of nuts. Did I see Jez downplay the PS5 sales? I did, yeah. And it's just like, whatever, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, dude, listen. Here's the crazy thing. I want to tell you something about the PS5 sales that I don't think people understand fully. All right? I want to paint a picture for you. And again, this picture I'm painting, just facts. All right? Last year, when Sony reported their 2023 fiscal year, their 2023-2024 fiscal year, they stated, now I'm paraphrasing here, but this is what they stated to their investors. They said, "We believe we have reached the peak of PlayStation 5. The 2023 fiscal year is the peak of the PlayStation 5. From this point forward, we're not gonna see the same sales levels." They weren't saying they're gonna like plummet or anything. They're just saying like they're gonna gradually go down. Okay, that's what Sony officially told their investors, and obviously they believed it because that's not something you necessarily want to tell your investors, but if it's something that you believe is going to happen, you need to prepare them for it so it's not like a shock or a surprise. They said this after selling 20 million. I think they sold like 21 million PS5s in 1 year, which was like a record. 21 million in 1 year. All right. Here we are now. Sony's reporting to the investors for the 2024 fiscal year, and they sold over 20 million PS5s again, which was above their target. This is the second year in a row they sold more than 20 million PS5s. And they actually basically were completely wrong. And like, oh, we actually sold way more than we thought. So something else I want to add to this is, in case you're wondering what was the peak year of the PlayStation 4? The peak year of the PlayStation 4 was 19.5 million sales. I want you to think about that for a moment. Really think about this. Chew on this one. The PS4, considered one of the best consoles of all time, in like the top 3, top 4 sold ever. The peak year for that console, 19.5 million sold. The PS5 just had 2 years in a row where it sold over 20 million. But people want to come at me when I see a headline from IGN that says PS5 and Xbox sales are plummeting, and I say, hey, IGN, you should remove PS5 from that because that's a fucking lie. That's inaccurate and dishonest reporting on your part. People want to come attack me because, no, you're just the fanboy, dude. You can't play sales. Right? I'm the problem by just showing you the fucking facts. But let's go. See, this is how you know it's bad out here. These people are getting so desperate. They're so desperate, they would rather defend IGN. They would rather take the side of IGN just to try to slight me. And it's like, dude, like, at what point do you wake up and realize you're defending IGN here, buddy? You might want to really rethink what you're doing here. There's nothing to defend. They're factually wrong. Everybody knows it. I'm just letting them know. I'm just calling them out and saying you should change the headline because it's not true. Not because that's my money or my sales, but because I'm the one that has to deal every week, myriads of people, whether it be on my channel or on Twitter, talking shit. And this is why. This is why they think they can talk shit. Because, oh, well, console sales are plummeting. Consoles are dead. Didn't you hear? No, Xbox is dead. Didn't you hear? The Xbox console's dead. That's the truth. That's just the way it is. I'm not the one coming out here being like, hey, guys, Xbox sales are like down 30% again and lying about it. I'm not the one doing that. I mean, fuck, if I come out here and write a title on my channel, Xbox sales are on the up. Xbox sales are on the up and up, people. People going to call me out? Yeah. Yeah, they're going to call me out because like, what the fuck are you talking about? Look at the charts. Look at the data. You're factually wrong. You're factually incorrect. But when it's reverse, everyone wants to be like, oh, no, you're just fanboying, bro. It's just some fanboy shit right there. Yeah, okay. Whatever you say, buddy. Titus Crow, you're saying GS plus RR mod equals win. Paid for by friends of RR plus GS. Bro. Titus is really out here advocating. Titus is really out here advocating to get these guys modded. 43% of those 20 million were new play. I don't know if it was it 43%? I don't know if it was 43% of the 20 million. I think it may have been just for the quarter. But yeah, dude, like it's not like that part is not surprising. It's not about listen, man, none of this is about bragging about PlayStation. Because dude, I'm not necessarily worried about PlayStation's bottom line. It's not about bragging about PlayStation. It's about just dispelling the bullshit that people are currently trying to convince themselves and others of regarding PlayStation, because that does have an immediate impact on my channel here. That's the point. But yeah, man, I don't know. There's just a lot of people out here where they just, they just want to believe what they want to believe. They want to ignore facts, and they just don't care anymore to really, to really be reasonable. And so I'm just going to kind of have to accept that. I guess I have accepted it. Boss, what is it, buddy? You want some treats? We got dual cat action here. Boss, you're looking massive, bro. Don't fall. Boss is looking like a fucking tank. All right. So I had to just kind of go on that rant. I had to just acknowledge this stuff because it's only getting worse. It's only getting worse, and I really don't know why. I'm assuming it's just because there's a lot of people who they simply cannot accept. They can't accept the reality. The reality is, man, if you're somebody who's playing on PlayStation, you're getting probably more than you ever have in terms of games. I just people are gonna people will hear me say that and they'll be like, no, that's what a fanboy would say. It's like, that's a literal fact. Like, I'm not saying that as a fanboy. I'm telling you that is a fact. And there are people where they're like, oh, well, if you want everything, just go to PC. It's like, when are you getting GTA 6? When are you getting Ghost of Yotei? When are you getting Wolverine? Serious question. When? Because if you want me to go to a platform where I'm supposed to get everything real soon, how soon? Do you have an ETA? If I were to go make the investment in a PC right now and get rid of my console, can you tell me when exactly I can expect GTA 6 or Ghost of Yotei? Can you do that? A year or two? Oh, damn. I don't know about that, bro. A year or two. About a year. What? So you're telling me rather than just keep my console or be okay with my console, and just play it when it comes out, I should get rid of it and then wait a year or two. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying that there are people where they will come at you and they're like, absolutely, you should do that, you fucking pony. And it's like, fuck you. No. Like, you have fun fucking waiting. I'm going to play now. I'm not even, and to be clear, I'm not trying to be hostile towards PC players. I'm being hostile towards the PC dickheads. Just like there's the Xbots that are assholes. Just like there's PlayStation players that are assholes. You know? Like, I'm tired of this shit. I've been out here for fucking months telling people, play where you want, enjoy what you want, and yet I'm still finding myself in the crosshairs. My problem is not with any of these platforms. It's not with any of the companies. Do what you want. That's to the companies. Do what you want. Run your business. It's to these morons. That's the problem. That's who I have a problem with. Josh Z, you're saying, why do you think Sony can disregard PlayStation fan communication and still have success? If Nintendo did that shit, people would quit then. Well, because the important thing to understand, Josh, is Sony is not disregarding fan communication. What they're doing is they're not communicating in the way that the fans necessarily expect. And I think that we're seeing that kind of come to a head. We're seeing that come to a head with this state of play, where it's like Sony clearly with this state of play thought, this is it, man. Everybody's going to love it. And instead it's like, you know, people are like, go check Jeff Keighley's poll. And this is where it's like, dude, I am not the delusional one. Like, I can acknowledge that, yeah, most people didn't like this state of play. I'm not here to tell you they're wrong. I'm just here to tell you that I don't agree with it. I did like it. But I can acknowledge that most people seemingly did not like this state of play. And I think, you know, it's interesting that we get a rumor today from Jeff Grubb where he says, yeah, they're contemplating maybe doing a showcase instead of a state of play. So it makes you think like, all right, maybe Sony might be waking up to the realization that, guys, listen, there are definitely people like myself and others who I'm fine with this. Like, you're showing me a lot of games. You're showing me a lot of games that I'm going to be playing in the coming months, and you're ending it with a big first-party reveal. I'm cool with that. But there's a larger group of people seemingly that are like, they want something different. They want a bigger show. They want a bigger, better show. So it's like, that's where Sony maybe needs to kind of alter, and apparently, again, they're debating internally. They have to kind of alter how they want to go about it. I don't think it's that they're ignoring fan communication. I just think they have an idea in their head of like, this is how we're going to communicate, and it should be good. It's, you know, this should be good enough. You know, we're doing a lot. And when you look at the overall result, there is a lot of negativity. And I think just it's the realization, dude, that listen, I've been telling people this. I've been telling people this for a long time. I think people hold Sony to a higher standard, and I think Sony did that to themselves. People throughout this entire generation, people are going to compare what Sony's doing to what they did last gen. And Sony really kind of made it very difficult for themselves. Where it's like 2015, 2016, you know, showcases, some of the best ever, you know, the second half, just a fucking overwhelming, like they're like always showing new trailers of Ghost of Tsushima, The Last of Us, you know, they always have a new God of War trailer, new Spider-Man trailer. I mean, they're giving, it's a full force fucking barrage where like, no matter where you look, if they're not doing E3 presentations, they're just marketing the shit out of these games. They won't stop talking about these games. And their marketing machine was just, you know, it was overwhelming in a good way. Now, there were times, and I'm not going to pretend this didn't exist, there were times last generation where people were like, oh, another trailer. for this game. When's this coming out again? You know what I mean? Like people I think forget that was the thing that happened, where people were starting to get a little bit exhausted of the marketing. Where like Sony was just like, we'll just show you more. You want to see more? We got more for you. We'll show you more. And it just kind of got to a point where like, okay, but can we play it now? And like, well, it's not ready. And there was a lot of people during that generation saying that stuff. So it did, it had its pros and its cons. And I just think that Sony's in this kind of awkward position where the expectation is more than we got last gen, and bigger and better shows than we got last gen, and even more fanfare than we got last gen. And I don't think Sony has been able to live up to that because, well, that's a lot. That's a lot. But yeah, I mean, it's like, did they do too much? I don't necessarily. Again, I don't think it's that they did too much. I think it's that they did a lot, but the way they marketed what they were doing made it seem, I think, more than it even was. You know, I do. I just think that Sony hit this perfect balance of like, we have a lot, our marketing is on fire, and our console's selling like better than it ever has. And I think that those three things combined created basically the perfect storm for the PlayStation 4 and for PlayStation fans. And I just think that Sony's finding it a little bit more difficult to completely replicate that this time around. Not in terms of the business side, because I do want to remind people that the business side, PlayStation's doing better than it ever has, but more so from the fan side, where it's like, well, you know, the sales are great. There's plenty of games coming, but it seems like from the marketing side, they're like, well, we're not really capturing the same magic that we did last gen. Why is that? That's why I find it interesting they're contemplating a showcase. I find it very interesting. I'm looking in the chat right now. What's going on with Xbox is King? Listen, all right, listen. We're gonna nip this in the bud. That's like the third time I'm saying that today. We're gonna nip this in the bud right now. Shit's about to get real. You ready? Don't focus on the chat. Focus on me. Don't focus on the chat. Focus on me. We're gonna get real right now. All right? I want you to take a moment and just listen. This is just the truth, okay? And I know people are going to twist this however they want, but I'm just going to drop the truth. And this truth is not just applicable to me and my channel. This truth is everywhere. You know it. You know it. You know it for a fact. Xbox is king. You're going to have a hard time here because simply your name is Xbox is king. And because that says it all. You are engaging with a chat that firmly believes PlayStation is significantly better than Xbox. And you're dealing with a chat that likes PlayStation way, 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 way more than they'll ever like Xbox. And the reality of that is when you come in with a name, Xbox is king, and then I see a lot of what you say, while you may not be necessarily the most toxic, you are saying things. You're basically it's like entering anybody else's chat out there. Like, dude, we're gonna sit here and pretend that if you go to an Xbox channel in their chat with the name PlayStation is king and then just constantly talk about how PlayStation is better, what do you think's gonna happen? Like, what do you think's going to happen? You're gonna get the attention of people being like, what are you going on about here, man? Like, it's just, you know what I mean? Like, listen, my community here, I know there are people who have tried desperately to make it seem like we have a bad community. We don't, dude. We don't. But I have failed to, I guess you could say, keep shit together in a tighter manner. I've allowed too much, man. Where it's like, I go on these rants. About the type of shit that I see, the type of shit that I read, and I'm ranting to a group of people that are like, yeah, man, I agree. I see it too. And it doesn't seem to make much sense. And then, when the rant's over, people are going to start looking at people who might be in the chat that maybe you're leaning more towards that. I mean, I know it's like, well, you can't become an echo chamber or whatnot, but it's like, you know what? Take a look around, dude. Take a look around. Because I have been. I've been looking around, and you know what I see? Holy shit. What isn't a fucking echo chamber these days? That's a dead-ass serious question. Where can you go where it's not an echo chamber? Where you're engaged with a tight-knit community, and everybody's gathered around to focus on one thing or just a few things. Where can I find that? Because I can't find it anywhere. Because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. And Corey comes in dropping 10 more member gifts, bringing us up to 46 on the day. 4 away from hitting another goal. Corey, thank you so much, man.
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
We're not at 460. I accidentally added a 0. I'm sorry. That'd be great if we were at 460. Listen, man, I have tried. You guys know. Anybody watching knows that I have tried. I have tried to meet everybody in the middle. I have tried to create an environment where we're not shitting on one thing and artificially praising another. I've tried to create an environment where people are welcome. People are welcome. We can have differing opinions. But the reality of this situation right now is that there's so much intense shit going on with these brands, with these companies, that just doesn't exist right now, no matter where you look. Because I know I can name like 5 channels off the top of my head that cover one or the other that I tell you try going in there, talking the way I talk sometimes about like, hey, man, I like PlayStation better, and it's great, and I think they actually have some great games. But I think maybe Xbox, I think maybe the Xbox console's done. You do that, you're done. There's no way you're gonna last. There's just no way. And Hellbound 1981 comes in, dropping another 5-bomb, bro, bringing us up to 51 members.
Holy shit.
You guys are just keeping it rolling today, bro. 51 members. Thank you guys so much for that. I'm sorry to go on such a an unhinged tangent. But it's like, dude, I have been gaslit to fucking oblivion by the worst kinds of people. By literal garbage. Okay? And I have dealt with it for too long. Where it's like, I don't give a shit anymore about trying to be this kind of balanced, reasonable, whatever. Because you know what you get for doing that these days? You get fucking wrecked. That's what you get. You get wrecked. That's the truth. That's why anybody who's out here doing that, they're not, I need to know where they are. Everybody's always going to have, it's just a matter of time till somebody says something where somebody's like, oh, well, there you go. There you go. Nice guys finish last, sadly. And it's not even about being a nice guy per se, right? But I get what you're saying, Illegal Monkey. It's just like, this isn't what anybody wants these days. It may be what I want, but you know what? I try to do it, and what do I get in return? I literally, dude, I last year, listen to this. Last year, I tuned into the Xbox showcase. We watched it together. And I had nothing, literally nothing but good things to say about it. That's it. Just nothing but good things to say. I praised it, and I said, damn, dude, Sony should do something like this. Microsoft finally did it. Do you think that changed anything? Do you think that fucking changed anything? No, it actually seemingly made it worse. It's like, well, I guess you're switching to Xbox now. Like, what are you talking about? No. You know the one thing I said that people actually got upset about? And this just goes to show, dude, like, I'm fucking done. I'm done. I'm just done. You know what I said that people actually got their panties in a bunch about? I said it just proves that all you need is one good showcase. That's what I said. And people, they got all upset because they're like, oh, well, there it is. There's the fanboy. I'm like, no, dude, that's true. What I just said is true. Like, Microsoft just turned the public perception around with one showcase. That's it. That's all it takes. Like, that applies to Sony too, you know. That's not exclusive to Microsoft, but they wanted to weaponize that. There it is. There's the fanboy I know. Even though that was the furthest thing from a fanboy statement. And it makes me realize that, you know what? This group of people out here, I'm just not dealing with it anymore. I don't have to. I don't fucking have to because their games are coming here now. So there is no, it's over. It's over, man. It's been over. Money, you're saying majority of your problem is PlayStation fans look around. Money, I don't know. I'm not sure what that means. You're saying the PlayStation fan base is split right now. It's not Xbox. No, I don't think the PlayStation fan base is as split as you make it sound. I know. I got to get onto the topics. I'm sorry. I know. So, MBG, about them topics. Well, I appreciate that, okay? I hope you come back in the future, but it's just, you know, we all got to do what we got to do. But I do appreciate the support you've shown. All of these debates are Sony, though. All right, well, I don't think the PlayStation fan base is as split, per se, as people want to make it sound. I do think there is some splintering. I can agree with that. I've seen that in real time. I'm seeing PlayStation fans who say, I actually like that state of play. It was good. I've seen PlayStation players who are like, that is... Well, I assume they're real PlayStation players. You know, I give people the benefit of the doubt. You know, they're like, that was trash garbage, bro. It's Beast Mode. Did I miss your miles? Oh, I'm sorry, bro. It's Beast Mode says, always find excuses. Back then it was games are being shown too early. Now it's they're not showing enough. I don't care when it releases. State of play was enjoyable. Yeah, that's what I mean, dude. It's always something. It's always something. And it's like, do you know what really ended up getting to me more than anything? Is like, I when we started hearing that Microsoft was going to bring their games to PlayStation, and I'm like, yeah, dude, there are definitely Xbox games. There are definitely Xbox games that I'm looking forward to. That if they come to PlayStation, I will buy them. And I got to deal with a barrage of like, well, I guess Xbox games are good now that they're coming to PlayStation. It's like, that's not what I said. It's not what I said. That's not what anybody's saying. That's not what anybody's saying. But they're so desperate to skew the narrative in their direction, in the direction that they need it to go in. They're so desperate that this is what they push. They push it. They push it relentlessly because they know it's all they got. It's the only fucking angle they have. And they are clinging with absolute desperation, and they will stoop to any level to make that narrative work. And that's not the narrative. The narrative isn't, well, Halo's suddenly good now that it's on PlayStation. No. The narrative, the actual truthful, real narrative is, I always thought Halo might be good, but not good enough for me to go buy an Xbox for. But if all I got to do is buy it digitally, press 2 buttons and play it, yeah, I'll play it. Sure. Maybe it will be good. That's the fucking narrative. That is the accurate narrative. But nobody will talk about that. At least those guys won't. They won't do it because they know, well, what does that mean? It means Xbox failed to sell their hardware, but they didn't fail to apparently sell their games. Or at least they won't fail to sell their games. So what does that mean? It means they're a publisher, buddy. That's what it means. It means they're a third-party publisher. It means you may as well just be you may as well have just been rooting for EA this whole time. That's what it means. But all right, yeah, I gotta read the. Hold on. I do have a direct donation. I want to make sure I read it before I end up accidentally forgetting about it. Hold on. From where is it? Okay, Perfect Image, you're saying, MBG, I don't think people are saying State of Play is bad. It's 9 out of 10. I think it's what people buy. Those styles of games, they're not going to buy. I hope you understand. I mean, I do understand where you're coming from to a degree here, Perfect Image, but I think the irony is that, like, dude, these games are probably, at least a lot of them are going to sell well. Like, I'm looking at the view count on some of these games, like the Annihilation game. Tides of Annihilation, is that what it's called? Like, that game's going to sell well, dude. I could tell you that right now just based on the amount of likes that trailer got and the amount of viewership. Not saying that determines everything, but it's off to a hot start. And it tells me that, like, people are hyped for it. And it's like, that doesn't matter to the group of people that I have to, you know what I mean? That are looking to always bring bullshit to my channel. That doesn't matter. No, bro, just admit it. State of Play was garbage. Trash. Doesn't matter if there are games you liked. Saying PlayStation fans hated the State of Play. Look at Twitter. I mean, dude, but that's the thing is, like, I see that. How do I know? How do I know? How do I know, like, what's actually real on Twitter and what's not? I could even make the argument that half the shit I'm even talking about right now might not even be real. But it sure feels real when it's coming right to my doorstep. Josh, you're saying it's up to you, but I think a 3 strikes and you're out policy for spamming opinions would be good for everybody. Yeah, maybe that could work, Josh. Because, like, that's the thing. Like, I'm not trying to tell people you can't have an opinion or differing opinion. Like, I like to see people with different opinions. I do. But these days, it is genuinely nearly impossible to differentiate between you're a real, genuine person watching the channel right now who just has a completely different opinion and you're just expressing it versus you are a fucking troll. You know what you're doing, but you're trying to play dumb. You're gaslighting, you know? That has become very difficult to navigate, more difficult than ever before. And that's why I'm reaching this point where I'm just like, I'm just going to go scorched earth, man. Like, I'm not going to take chances anymore. It's like I see something and I'm like, I'm pretty sure you're trolling. I'm done. Out. You know? Like, and if you weren't, I'm sorry, but look at the way shit is right now. You're saying I see people bring up their opinions and then I debate them with my opinions. How is that trolling? Well, again, man, this might be a situation where maybe you're not the troll. Maybe there are just so many people that come to the channel. There have been so many people that come to the channel that are trolls that you maybe you're not. And this just goes to show how it works against me as well, man. Where it's like maybe you're not saying the exact things they're saying, but there's some level of mirroring going on. You know? We're going to sink to the depths of the abyss. We're going to go all the way, bro. I need psychotherapy. The gaming community has ruined me. Well, it's not that serious. I mean, look, man. At the end of the day, here's what it boils down to, and this is where I'll end it, and we can start talking about some other topics. All right? At the end of the day, it is my channel, right? And I have to make whatever decisions that I believe are going to be best for my channel and for me. That's just what it boils down to, man. And I have to deal with a lot of shit that comes from not so good places from people, right? On this channel. And I have been doing this for literally years, day in and day out. And I've just kind of reached that point where it's like, yeah, I'm basically grinded down to a fine powder now. Where like, there's just not, there's nothing left. There's just not, where it's just like, I feel like for the sake of my own sanity, like I just don't have the capacity anymore. I've tried to have these types of conversations. I've tried to I've tried to hear the other side, so to speak, and bring it in and be like, you know what? Yeah, I think we can make this work. We can have a good middle ground. And it's just over and over and over and over again. The answer comes back and it's like, no, dude. Like you can't. They're not, like, it's just not going to happen. It just isn't going to happen. And it's just like, well, you know what? Then I'm just not dealing with it anymore. And if that's the case, then I'm just going to focus on what I want to focus on, period. And if I want, listen, here's the reality. Because I interact with my chat deeply. As you can see, like I am looking at the chat. I am basically in the chat with you guys almost the whole time. The reality is, if my chat is not making me feel good, or my chat, I find something is wrong with it, then I'm going to want to alter it to where I don't want to be in a chat. Just like this is why when I see people leaving me super chats or comments being like, dude, I love you and I love your content and I appreciate it, but holy shit, I can't be in there anymore. You don't know how much I understand, because even I feel like I can't do it. And that's where it's like, well, the time has come, bro. If I gotta start being the mod now. And I'm not saying this is anything wrong with my current mods. There's nothing wrong with my current mods. I'm just saying it's like, I'm going to have to sort this shit out and get it to a point where I want to enjoy my own chat. That doesn't mean you better fall in line and say exactly what I want you to say or else. No. That's not what that means. That's not what that means. But it means I'm not going to deal with any individual in my chat that gets me to a point where it's like I'm not enjoying this anymore. And I'll let you know. You know, I'm not gonna just suddenly ban you for no reason. I'll let you know. See, like, that's what I mean. Zeph says MBG's crying again. Like, I'm letting you know. Let me see it again and I'll ban you. Do you know why? Because I don't need that in my own chat. They're like, there we go. I'm glad you said that because you're allowing me to illustrate a fine example, perfect example. I don't need to tolerate that because this is my chat on my channel. Why don't you go find another channel where people are focused on me crying, and that's what they want to talk about, and you'll thrive in that channel, but not here. I'm not trying to have that in my chat. Russell says, oh, hold on. I lost you for a second, Russell. Sony's Q3 results have upset the usual suspects. Oh, and I missed, hold on. Kazjam, you're saying, I think people just want to be wowed by Sony. We haven't had a wow or generation-defining moment yet. And I can agree with that. I think that's kind of what a lot of this boils down to, man, is people, like I said, that's the expectation that Sony set, where people were telling me all of the games that were revealed at E3 2016 or were at E3 2016, and there was way more. There were way more than I ever thought. I was like, holy shit, that's nuts. And that, I mean, people were literally floored with that show. And I think that's exactly what we're kind of talking about here. It's like, yeah, I think people are like, when's that moment coming again, Sony? Like, come on, get a move on. And I just think for Sony, they're like, well, we're just going to space it out. You know? Corey's saying, MBG bro, DEI in chat may only garner wannabe haters trying so hard to get a reaction. That is true, Corey. That is true. Well, maybe we could just go with a simple 3 strikes, you're out. I mean, three sounds like a lot, but I guess it's fair, you know, where it's like, I don't know. I just need to do a better idea, I need to do a better job and have a better idea of just communicating, like, listen, man, if somebody says something that I'm like, you're making this stream unenjoyable for me, and I don't appreciate that because it's, you know, I'm the one streaming and it's my channel, so work on that. And if it, you know, and then it's like after that, if it happens again, it's like, all right, well, yeah, and like it's me too, dude. I'm not going to sit here and pretend it's not also me. Like, yeah, I tend to, if I see something, I will like hone in on that. And if that's what they're looking to do, then mission accomplished. But that's where it's just like, you know, I don't know, some people like that, but yeah, I'm not trying to have like a completely filtered chat where it's like, I only better see a wall of text that brings joy to my life. No, but it's like, you know, somebody's like, oh, MBG, you're crying again. It's like, peace, bro. You know, peace. Like, I don't know what to tell you other than that. No red lines. Oathbreaker, come on, bro. You're saying you're saying I contradicted my previous statement then? Rudy, you're out, bro. First Concord, now this. look, yes, I am upset, obviously. Well, okay, Whiskey Gaming, I hear you. I am upset because it's like, dude, look, I never wanted this to turn into something that feels unpleasant to me. That's all. That at the end of the day, that's all it boils down to. Because I'm not going to lie, man. Like, do you know, here's what it comes down to. This entire conversation, and I know I'm really dragging it on here, but just because I want you guys to understand. I think the better you understand that, we'll be on the same page. One of the thoughts I had after, so you know how I took that break? I streamed for like 10 hours for the State of Play. And I took a break after, it was like what, the 6 hour mark or something, or 7 hour mark. And I just put up like past State of Plays, and I was gone for like an hour and a half. And then I came back, and then we reacted to the show, and then we talked after the show. The one thing I remember thinking after that was, I could have just not come back. You get what I'm saying? Like, I could have just, like, when I decided to leave the stream for a bit, I could have just made that where I end it, and I just go watch it on my own and enjoy it at my own leisure, And then maybe later on, maybe the next day or something, talk about it. Now, obviously, I don't want to do that per se, because there is an enjoyable factor, like the bright spots. The bright spots, and that's exactly what I'm about to highlight, the bright spots where there were a lot of people that were here where it was like, and listen, maybe what I'm saying right now, maybe it does reveal, like, dude, you do want an echo chamber. Maybe that's what it boils down to, where it's like, to me, the highlights of the post State of Play discussion were people who were like listing the games that they thought were good, or people talking about the games that they're excited about, people talking about Saros, people talking about how they weren't expecting Housemarque. And that's why it's like, anytime I kind of saw somebody like coming out and being like, bro, that was trash, it's just like, I'm not like, whatever, man, like, sure, but I'm not like, that's not what I'm focused on, because I didn't think it was trash, so I don't really have anything to say to that, except it's not, to me, it's not. I enjoyed it. I want to talk about the games we just saw. I want to hear from people, like, what did you enjoy? And to be fair, like, look, there was like one or two people who like super chatted me, or they were in the chat and they were like, I legitimately didn't see anything I was excited for. And my only criticism, it wasn't even a criticism, but my only question to them was like, damn, bro, what do you play then? This is like a serious question. Like, there's a lot there, bro. Like, something for everybody. And I'm not going to tell that person you're banned because you didn't see anything you didn't like. No, but that's what I'm trying to highlight. Like, I actually appreciate that. Like, you're letting me know I didn't see anything I liked. It wasn't enjoyable to me because of that, and so I didn't think it was a good show. It's like, you know what? I appreciate that, because you're explaining. Just in the same way that somebody who saw a game that they liked, they then go on to explain what they liked about it. When somebody didn't like it, they explain. And I think really that's all I'm looking for, man, is something a little bit deeper than just, a puddle. That's all. I think that's all I'm looking for. It's just people who are willing to, and I think that's why I felt the need, like, I came to the conclusion that the only way I'm going to get that during these events, when there's so many people flooding in, the only way I'm going to get that is by, making the chat members only, so that way I can facilitate that, because that's what I want. That's what I want. And maybe I am selfish here. I do believe in serving the audience, of course, but at the end of the day, man, like, I started this channel for myself. Like, I started the channel for myself, and I knew what I wanted it to be. And when I have things like that happen, it makes me feel like this isn't what I want it to be. Because, like, most of the stream leading up to that was great. You know what I mean? Most of this, like, we were streaming for like 7 hours prior, and most of that was good. It just wasn't until that one moment when, like, oh, let's go. Like, everybody, I know that there are like these people out there that they like to stream. They stream my reactions while they're streaming, and they like send people over, and it's like, no, dude, like I that's what I'm talking about. Like fuck off, Like, I'm just trying to engage with my audience here. So I don't know. I do apologize. I've been going on way too long about this. You guys know how I am. When I gotta vent, I just keep going and going and going. I don't know when to stop. But doesn't that constitute as a hate raid? I don't know. Is that what they call it? I mean, I guess there's a name for it. Maybe it is. But at the end of the day, man, like, I just want to enjoy interacting with my chat and my audience. That's all it comes down to. And I've become so, I guess, unhappy, not with the entirety of my chat, because again, there's a lot of good, but it's just, it's gotten to a point where I just feel like I'm gonna have to get more directly involved. I am, because I'm gonna need to mold things a little, and shape them a little bit more for me. And I do apologize if you're a viewer and if the way I'm molding it, you don't like it. I do, I hope you can. I hope it is good for you too. I want you to be here. I want you to hang out, but it's just, I have to think about myself first in this case, because that's a place that I'm starting to get to where it's like, do I even want to do this? Like, when I start to ask myself that question, that's how I know, like, dude, you do want to do it, but you gotta take more control. You gotta start, I gotta make myself happier, bro. Like, that's what it comes down to. Like, I'm not like truly trying not to fight people. And sometimes it feels like the more I try not to fight people, the more instigating they get. And so I'm going to have to just take more control over the channel here. And to be clear, that's, you're saying then maybe leave the internet. And it's like, well, sure, maybe if I didn't have the tools at my disposal to control my channel. If YouTube was operated where it's like, you have no tools, like, you just got to deal with it. Like, I would have quit a long time ago, because I'm like, no, that's okay. I don't need to deal with anything. And that's what it comes down to, man. And that's kind of like the gaslighting I'm talking about, where it's like, well, you just, it's like, well, if I just say you're making an echo chamber, that's going to get to you. It's like, no, dude. No, because you know what? Sure, what you see as an echo chamber, I see as something that I'm having a good time, I'm having good conversations, and I'm happy. Why would I trade that? Why would I trade that for something that, that's the opposite? For what? So some random nobody can be like, got him. Because that's what it's about. In 2025, that's what it's about. So that's it. I want people, we're going to continue to have good conversations. We're going to continue to have good conversations. We're going to continue to, I think we're going to continue to grow in a different direction. I think that's the best way to put it. We're going to grow in a different direction where there will be tolerance, but I'm going to have to be a little bit more on point with what exactly I am willing to tolerate on my own channel. And in turn, what you guys will or will not tolerate through me, right? And that's it. So, all right. Yaron, I'm sorry to keep you waiting with the super chat, buddy. I have a couple of super chats I'm a little bit behind on. So thank you guys for waiting patiently. We have Russell saying, or Yaron says, thinking Halo, Forza, and others going third party will be on Switch 2 showcase. The Switch 2 will be the true market leader, much like the Switch 1 is currently. Yeah, people were talking about that. There was a lot of speculation. That, you know, these games that we're hearing, they might turn up at the State of Play. They're actually going to show up at the upcoming Nintendo Switch 2 event. And it's for that reason. Apparently, Microsoft is going way harder with the Switch 2 than they even are with the PS5, you know? So I could see that happening. Yeah. Russell, you're saying Sony's Q3 results have upset the usual suspects. I've seen that. I've definitely seen that. Money, you're saying the biggest PlayStation influencers on YouTube said the same. Why attack Xbox is king? Because PC players clip you, not Xbox. It's the new PlayStation fans that is toxic. Well, there are toxic PlayStation fans. And look, I'm not trying to attack Xbox is king. Like, I get it. I called you out. And that's not a reason for people to be assholes to you, certainly not. But I just specifically called him out because it's the irony of it. It's the irony, where it's like, if I was somebody on the internet and I made my name PlayStation is King, and I were to go to an Xbox content creators channel that streams and talks mostly about Xbox, but also I know talks about PlayStation. But when they talk about PlayStation, there's it's clear that their audience is way more critical of PlayStation, right? I would absolutely expect I'm going to catch a lot of heat. Like, even if I go in being like, yeah, I'm just going to discuss stuff with people, like, bro, you know where you're going, and you know what the conversation is going to turn into. It's going to turn into a debate. And a debate in and of itself doesn't have to be a bad thing. But it did, like, a debate happening in my chat while we're trying to cover a specific topic. And chances are that debate has very little to do with the actual topic, or at least strayed way away from that topic. Yeah, that is chaotic, man. And that's what I'm talking about. That, I'm not saying that makes you directly a troll. Like, you're not necessarily you're almost indirectly become a troll in a way. You know what I mean? Where it's like, your intent may not be, I'm going to cause mass chaos in this chat right now, and make things difficult for MBG. No, but that may be what ends up happening. And that, to me, does, it does become problematic. Whiskey, that's what you were talking about? So it's like, yeah, man, that is one of these things that I'm going to have to pay attention to, where it's like, if that's a thing that continues to occur, not just with that person, but anybody else, where it's like clear, like, you're kind of causing some friction and chaos in the chat. It's for everybody's own good, even mine. Like, as the person who's trying to keep the, things going. Like, for example, right now, most of this conversation, it's because of the trolls. It's because of the level of tolerance that I've allowed. Because this is just spilling over from the last stream and from other things before. So that's exactly, it's the disruption. It disrupts me. It gets in my head. It gets my attention. And I realize, like, this is what's working against me, dude. Like, that more than anything. Like, people want to come here and they want to hear about the topics. They want to have the conversations. They want to go deeper into the discussions. And sometimes that can be rants. Sometimes that can be mass praise for something that we're super stoked for. But we'll get there. PlayStation Pete, You're saying only in GTA 6, Yote, MGS 3 Delta, I own Astrobot, God of War, Spider-Man 2, Helldivers, Portal, Edge, and 30th controller. PlayStation Pete, sounds like you got quite a few games there, bud. You been enjoying some gaming lately, huh? Sounds like it. I know you got the 30th Anniversary Pro, dude. That's awesome. Figuratively literal, you're saying push square, put out an article saying the discourse around the state of play is draining. I don't think you're the only one that's sick of the constant negativity. Well, that's a little bit reassuring. And I know it's like it's push square, and I get it. They're like a plate, but yeah, dude, it is draining. It really is. Like, it's why I can't even really focus on the topics right now, because I honestly, like I'm basically ruminating on this shit, and listen, I promise this is the final thing I'll say, and then we will move on. This is the final thing I'll say. I refuse, okay? Like, this is a straight up refusal on my part. I refuse to have any more, whether it be regular streams, but especially the event streams. I refuse to allow to allow myself to feel bad because of anything outside of the show itself. I don't know if I said that correctly. Let me word it differently. The only time I should ever feel annoyed, bothered, or any type of negative feeling is because of the show itself. Like, wow, that actually, I didn't like that. Or that was like, it reminds me of the PlayStation showcase from 2023, where I was like, wow, I actually really didn't like that show. What the fuck? For as great as Spider-Man looked, what was that showcase? People were not making me feel bad in that moment. I mean, they probably would have, but it was the show. These days, I'm noticing that it is other people. Listen, man, it's like there's a reason I referenced last year's Xbox showcase, because there were absolutely people who were trying to like convince me, like, no, dude, that was a garbage showcase. And I'm like, you're wrong. In my opinion, you're wrong. Like, I thought that was very good. And, it's like, I'm not trying to be convinced of anything here other than this is just how I feel. And so it does work both ways. But yeah, dude, it's just I can't deal with the gaslighting anymore. I can't, because it's not right. It's not right. And I think a lot of you guys know this. I know this. I just don't want to feel that way anymore, man. Like, I don't want to be, by the time I'm done that stream, I'm just like, like, I'm so miserable, like, and that's not what this is supposed to be about. Like, I'm so miserable because of how stressful that was, and that it shouldn't be that. And I'm not trying to, like, I'm not trying to play victim here. Somebody did leave a message yesterday, like, this is you're playing the victim for the audience you created, or the environment you created. And it's like, see, that's kind of bullshit, because it's like, no, dude, I don't encourage people. I'm not asking people to clip me, to oblivion and make dedicated videos on me, literally dehumanizing me and making people, basically creating circles of hate towards me as an individual. I don't fucking ask for that to happen. And I think people just want to, some people I think just want to pretend like, oh, that doesn't matter. Like, really? You think that doesn't matter? Do you have any idea the type of people that brings to my channel? Oh, I've been blocking them, dude. Trust me. I've been blocking. And that's where it's just like, I'm done fucking being gaslit. I'm done. Like, there are people who have attempted to completely ruin my reputation and ruin my channel and ruin everything on here. And I'm done pretending that they're not, like, at fucking war with me, dude. Like, I'm done trying to be nice and passive and like, yeah, whatever, man. I'm just trying to get along. Like, no, fuck these people. They're not trying to get along with anything. They're trying to fucking destroy me. They're trying to destroy everything we've created here. And that's the fucking truth. That's the absolute truth. They are shitty, low-life people who can't make a name for themselves. That's why they have to ride on the coattails of everybody else. That's the only way they can make it. And they come out here and they try to ruin people over some of the dumbest shit. And I just refuse. I refuse to accept that anymore, dude. Like, people are going to do what they're going to do. I can't control that. But I'm done pretending that we're not at fucking war, because we are. We fucking are. Because that's why, bro, that's why when I'm done streaming a State of Play, I got to see an influx of people in the chat, of super chats, Xbox better. Like, gee, I really wonder where that's coming from. Oh, I'm sure it's nothing. No big deal. No, dude. All right. Crashing out. We're crashing out, guys. All right. So we are going to move on to some topics here. I don't have any thoughts on Avowed. I have no interest in Avowed. I've not been looking into Avowed. So I don't really know what to say about it. I've been seeing some people saying it's really good. I've been seeing other people say it's got, it's got some issues. I don't know. Some people are expecting in the future it's going to come to PlayStation. I don't know, dude. Let's talk about the Death Stranding 2 panel. It's definitely going to be 4 minutes to an hour of straight information and gameplay being shown. I think he meant to say 40 minutes. Because that actually reads really funny. It's going to be 4 minutes to an hour. It's either going to be 4 minutes long or an hour long. I appreciate that, Jose. Thank you. Based on GameRank's video, Avowed has great combat but a boring story. Interesting. 4 minutes of Death Stranding 2. I have an article here. Okay. Sony shares soar as game's strength boosts investor confidence. So Sony shares closed at 8.7% in Tokyo on Friday after the technology and entertainment conglomerate reported strong results as its games at its games and music divisions. Sony's gaming unit reported a 37% jump in quarterly profit, and PS5 Pro sales of PS5 sales of 9.4 million units during the year-end shopping season. These results reaffirmed PlayStation's status as the dominant high-performance console gaming ecosystem. This is what Bernstein analyst David Dye wrote in a note. Sony also reported strong software sales despite a lack of high-profile titles, with investors looking to upcoming releases this year to support consumer demand. Game margins have plenty of room for upside. This is what Jefferies analyst Atul Goyal wrote in a note. Sony, whose president Hiroki Totoki is due to add the CEO position from April, also reported robust profit growth at its music business, helping offset weakness at the pictures unit. Really, I want to bring something else up here too. Hold on. Where is it? Here it is. Kush is the best. Says, big fan of the channel. Your thoughts on the Days Gone remaster? I spent a lot of time on the original, so I'm excited to play it. Stay strong, bud. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't mean to crash out so hard. I do apologize for that, but this is all stuff that I would have liked to have said during my reaction stream. It was 10 hours and I just couldn't do it. I couldn't stream anymore. So I appreciate you guys hearing me out and being patient with me. But my thoughts on the Days Gone remaster. So I'm actually feeling a little bit bad about it, and here's why. Today, I went back and I watched the trailer and I read the blog post. And the one thing I read in the blog post that actually really made me go, oh, I didn't know that, is they explicitly confirmed that it's going to be digital only, and there's not going to be a physical version. This actually disappointed me greatly because, well, for two reasons. Number one, I would have liked to have bought a physical version of Days Gone to add to my PS5 collection. Number two, and this might be the bigger deal for me, every other remaster and remake has gotten a physical release. Pretty much. Like just a couple of months ago, Horizon Zero Dawn Remaster, a game that pretty much everybody was like, I don't think we want this. I don't think anybody's asking for this. Even that got a physical version. And it makes me just disappointed, like very disappointed. It's like, Sony, come on, bro. How you going to do this to me? I'm not going to deal with it, Dan. I'm not dealing with it. And I get it. Like, I get, it's like, dude, it's just a $10 upgrade. Buy the PS4 version physically and then upgrade it. But it's like, I don't understand. Like, I just don't understand why Sony is not doing a physical version when they've done it for like every other game. This is officially confirmed. Yeah, this is officially confirmed. They confirmed it on their blog post. It's a digital only title. That's how they put it. And I'm like, why, man? Like, even if you just do a really limited run of physical, why not? Yeah, we're talking about Days Gone remastered, and Days Gone, I love Days Gone, dude. You guys know. And, you know, I posted this on Twitter. I basically said that I'm thinking about not getting it now because I found out there's not going to be a physical version. And, you know, some people were getting a little bit upset with me because they were like, well, man, you know, this is why we're not going to get a sequel. You got to show support and whatnot. And I get that. And I do want to show support. And I'm still, listen, at the end of the day, if it comes down to it, and I just have to accept there's not going to be a physical version, I'll still do the $10 upgrade. But I've supported Days Gone more than like 99% of people, man. Not only did I mean, obviously I bought the game. I played like 100 hours of the game. I platinumed the game. But dude, anybody who's been on my channel since 2019, you know I've been a huge, huge advocate for Days Gone. Back when the game was close to coming out, I was making videos on it, and those videos were doing really well. I was out here defending Days Gone when it was getting trashed by reviewers for the dumbest reasons. And so I guess I'm just trying to defend myself a little bit and say that I absolutely have done my part in supporting this game and advocating for a sequel. I've done more than, again, 99% of people. And so it's like, you know, I just feel like the least I could expect is, come on, Sony. Come on. Like, if anything, I'm still advocating for it. That's the ironic part. By me advocating for a physical version of Days Gone Remastered, I'm advocating for people paying a full $50 who want it, you know? Like, and I'm one of those weirdos where it's like, dude, I will pay $50 to literally add that to my collection, you know? And I just don't understand why Sony's like, that's okay. We just want $10. Like, no, bro, like, come on. I'm asking you, like, sell me a physical version. I want to add it to my collection. I will give you the $50. And they're like, no, MBG, we're not doing it. Will you leave us the hell alone? Wabu dude, you're saying on the positive side, if limited run games does make it, we might get a cool collector's edition. Yeah, I mean, they should even maybe do something like that, right? Like, if you don't want to do it yourself, Sony, maybe just give it to limited run or whatever. I don't know, man. I was just actually really looking forward to having like a proper PS5 physical copy on my shelf next to Horizon Zero Dawn remastered, but it is what it is, man. As of right now, for whatever reason, they're not doing a physical copy, and I just hope they reconsider. That's all. I've seen a few people basically saying that they would buy it. We'll watch that at the end, MRPD. We'll watch that at the end. Just hang tight, because I still do want to go over some of this with you guys. So this was reported by Shinobi602 on Twitter. All right. PS5 has its best holiday period ever, reaching 75 million consoles shipped. Details: Q3 2024 results, October through December 2024. PS5, 75 million consoles shipped. nearly in line with PS4 at this point, which is nuts, by the way. People downplay this, and I don't know why. The fact that the PS5 is nearly in line with the PS4 is striking for two reasons. Number one, actually, three reasons. Number one, the shipment issues, the production issues at the beginning of the generation, where basically millions upon millions of people wanted a PlayStation 5, could not get one because they were not being produced due to chip shortages. Number two, the PS5 has not went down in price. It's still $500 US. $450, I guess, if you get it without the disc drive. Which, ironically enough, I think that's actually up $50 from. And then number three, the PS4 by this point in time got a price reduction of like $100, and it was basically that way for like, you know, the remainder of the generation. This is why it's actually very significant that the PS5 is somehow nearly in line with the PS4 at 75 million consoles sold. It continues here saying 9.5 million PlayStation 5 consoles were sold in this quarter, second best Q3 on record, and the best quarter for PS5 ever. Hardware up plus 16% year on year from 2023. Which is very interesting because 2023 was considered again a peak year for the PS5. Game and Network Services division up 12% year over year. Operating income profit increased by 37%. PlayStation 5 shipped 20.2 million consoles in all of 2024. That's the second year in a row it shipped more than 20 million. The PlayStation 4 peak was 19.5 million shipped in 2016. This is shocking, and apparently this is for the entirety of 2024. 42% of PS5 buyers were brand new users. That is a staggering statistic that I would love to get more information on. Like, I'm having a hard time believing that. I'm having a difficult time believing that that's a real statistic because it's like, dude, that's nearly half of the sales are you sure it's for the quarter? Because I don't know, Shinobi, he put that right under, you know, I believe you. I believe you. If you're telling me that's for the quarter and not for the year, I believe that because that sounds insane. I actually am struggling to believe that 42% of PS5 buyers throughout the entirety of 2024 were new. I there's no way that could be true, right? It's for Q3. Okay. It's still shocking in a way, right? It's like that's still a massive, half of the PS5 sales, half of the PS5 units sold in Q3 of 2024, the holiday season, were new. Yeah, that's true. We also don't know how they define new. So Mepsic with the $10 super chat says, I do agree with you, MBG, that Days Gone has a huge fan base, but will Sony make any money if they were to print a bunch of PS5 copies of the game? If not as many people will buy it the second time around. Well, it's a good question, Mepsic, and this is likely why they decided not to. But my question to Sony would be, well, I don't get it. They were willing to do it for Horizon Zero Dawn, but not Days Gone. And I wouldn't be shocked, dude. I wouldn't be shocked if there were more people interested in a Days Gone remaster than a Horizon Zero Dawn remaster. I think that's what kind of surprises me is I bet you Days Gone remaster is actually going to have more people engaged with it and sell more copies than Horizon Zero Dawn remaster. I know that Horizon Zero Dawn collectively sold more than Days Gone did, but Days Gone, and this is one of the things that I think is so unfortunate. A lot of people are unaware. Days Gone was a commercial success, dude. It sold, I think, 8 to 9 million copies, which is huge. That's massive considering it's a brand new IP from a studio that's not really known to do numbers like that. So I think, Mepsic, you're probably correct that that's the way Sony views it, but I don't know, man. I hope that it's maybe they're just nervous and they want to see people's response. And if it gets a positive response, maybe they will do a physical version later on. That's why I'm trying to talk about it. That's why I posted on Twitter about it. That's why I'm talking about it here. Because I don't know if anybody at PlayStation or Sony sees anything I do, but if you do, I hope maybe you can reconsider and do a physical copy. Again, even if it's just a small amount, a limited run. Maybe they should just kind of do it. You know what they should do? They should do it the way I think like Capcom does it, where it's like we're going to launch the physical version like 2 or 3 months later because we want to see how many units we have to produce. We're going to produce the amount of units that people pre-order. You get what I'm saying? So it's like pre-orders for the physical version open up now. The physical version comes a month or 2 later, so that way they can just meet the exact demand. I would be totally on board with that, but I don't know. It's just a little bit strange to me. Continuing on with and thank you, Mepsic. Continuing on with the results here. Let's see. Monthly active users were up 5% at 129 million, the highest in PlayStation's history. A plus 43% compared to the same point during the PS4's generation at 90 million users. So pretty impressive stuff there. Sony says they're planning to release more family games in the future following the success of Astrobot. So this is where I kind of want to know how you guys feel about this. Are we feeling good about Sony embracing more family games because of the success of Astrobot? I mean, I'm not against it. No, I haven't played the new Astro mission yet, MRPD. I didn't even know it was out already. I saw yesterday that they announced a bunch of content coming. Neo, you're saying no. Mr. B says yes. Sony's the new family console. That's what they're going for. They're doing weekly releases again? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I'll definitely play them, man. I got to keep that 100% going for Astro. I've enjoyed all the new levels they released. Your kids are getting older. They play Call of Duty. I mean, I'm all for this, man, because me and the family loved Astrobot this year. My son loved it, man. So it's like, I'm not against getting more games that are family friendly. If they're not for me, that's okay. Not every game has to be for me. But I just think it's interesting that they're letting investors know that. Needs to be in the direction of buying new studios to make those games, though, and not take away from the more adult games. I agree. Yeah. We don't want to see it come at the expense. We should see it come from studios like Media Molecule, where it makes sense. And like you're saying, maybe like one of the newer studios. I mean, apparently, yeah, Project Gummy Bears, that's going to be like a more family-friendly game. So, and that's going to be from a new studio. The PS5 Pro helped build a bigger than expected momentum for console sales, according to Hiroki Totoki. Sony overall revenue increased 18% to $28.6 billion operating income, plus 1% at $3.05 billion. And Sony also confirmed to investors, or reaffirmed, I should say, they reaffirmed that Ghost of Yotei and Death Stranding 2 are releasing in 2025. So, holy shit, man. This is why it's like, look, I think it's important when we talk about PlayStation. I've always said this, and I will continue to say this. It's important to understand what's going on from the business side, from the financial side, because if people are, if you happen to be an individual that's extremely confused as to why is Sony doing this, or why are they doing that, or why are they not doing this, why are they not doing that, looking at their earnings and especially seeing the bigger picture of how the business is doing. Is it healthy? Is it taking some damage? Is it unhealthy? It can help you better understand why we're seeing what we're seeing. So, like, for example, we've been talking all about the state of play, and so many people right now, they're like, man, the state of play was horrible. It was bad, so on and so forth. I mean, I do think it's worth looking at these financials and taking a good look at them, because it's like, listen, man, Sony, they're probably looking at it like, well, this is weird. Jeff Keighley's poll, everybody, like most people voted D, and they don't like it. You know, and we're seeing a lot of complaints, but we did our state of play the same way we did our last state of play, and the one before that, and the one before that. And the results we're seeing for our business are extremely positive. Angry Joe thought it was very good. He's not a PlayStation fanboy. Well, it's good to know some people thought it was good, because I liked it. And that's what I think is just important for people to understand. That's why it's interesting to me that they're contemplating a showcase, because that means they are maybe not looking too close at the financials right now. Instead, are actually looking at the fan response, which is good. They should do that. But you kind of can't blame Sony when it's like, you know, man, the internet seems pretty discontent. At least a portion of the internet seems discontent with the way we do our state of plays and the latest state of play. Meanwhile, our business is thriving and literally doing better than it ever has. I can understand how, if I was an executive at Sony, if it was my, you know, on my shoulders of like, hey man, look at all these angry tweets. Look at these nasty comments. What do you want to do? I'm going to ask to see, show me the financial results. And I see those results and I'm like, dude, I don't know. I think we're doing something right. And that's what's shocking. I would say, like, the shocking thing here as well, to a degree, is how well the PS5 Pro is doing, where there was an entire campaign against the PS5 Pro where I actually thought, oh shit, this is kind of intense. But you know what I also said? And I remember saying this, I said this over and over and over again, and I was correct. I said, you're seeing everybody who's not planning on buying a PS5 Pro and was never planning on buying a PS5 Pro complain about the PS5 Pro. All the people who are excited for it, who are looking forward to it, who like what it is, like what it's offering, are okay with the price, and are excited for the games that are getting enhanced, they're not part of the complaining. They're just going to go buy it and enjoy it. And you're going to see that in the results, because there is a audience here. There is a market for this. And that market is not spending their time complaining about it. They're either spending their time, you know, talking to like-minded people who are looking forward to it, or just not involved in the conversation, and they're just going to purchase it. We got the results. That seems to be the exact case. Saying Asmongold liked it too, between a B and an A. Really? I didn't know that. I mean, Asmongold has a huge audience, so at least I don't. Well, good. I don't feel that. I had no idea. I don't feel that disconnected. I mean, that's where I'm saying the gaslighting comes in, where people are trying to like convince me, like, no, dude, you're the only one. Like, you're a Sony fanboy and you're the only one who enjoyed that show. I'm like, there's no way. So you guys tell me this now? No, I'm just kidding. No, I appreciate you letting me know, because I don't look into this stuff. See, that's what's weird to me, is how come I didn't encounter any of that? I had no idea. I didn't know Angry Joe liked the show. I didn't know Asmongold liked the show. These people are huge, hugely influential. Why don't I see anybody talking about that? Meanwhile, I see everything else on my feed. I see it's just people sharing how much they hate it, or other people who hated it, and I'm like, whatever. Piper with a $5 chat says, here's another shocker. Only Sony is benefiting from the business, not the consumer. Yeah, I know that, but you have to understand that it's a two-way street, Piper. You know, somebody left a comment on, I think, one of my posts where I highlighted these financials, and I said, it seems like a lot of people don't know what they're talking about. Like, that's basically what I said. I said, you know, surprise, surprise, a lot of people who were chiming in, talking about PlayStation and what's going on, they have no clue what they're talking about. And somebody left a comment where they were like, McDonald's sells the most amount of hamburgers in the world, doesn't mean it's not shit. And I'm like, so let me get this straight. You're comparing the PlayStation 5 console and the PlayStation 5 ecosystem to a McDonald's hamburger. Right. Like, that comparison doesn't work. That comparison falls apart for reasons I don't even need to explain. I hope I don't need to explain why that comparison doesn't work. The reality is it's a two-way street. Even though that comparison doesn't work, there is one through line. Do you want to know what that through line is? The through line isn't, well, McDonald's hamburgers are shit, so PlayStation 5 is shit too. No, the through line is people like McDonald's hamburgers, and people like PlayStation 5, and people like iPhone. And turns out that when something reaches mass popularity, the truth that people don't want to see, or maybe they do see it, but they still have their own opinion, and that's fine. You're allowed to have your own opinion. Like, you're allowed to think McDonald's hamburgers are shit. You're allowed to think the PS5 is also shit, and therefore they have this in common. But more people, way more people, actually are like, well, no, we do like these things. Now, obviously, you can't compare a fucking fast food hamburger to a PS5. How much does a McDonald's hamburger cost now? I don't know. Apparently, it's like expensive now. But one you pay a couple bucks for. The other, you're making a $400 to $500 investment, maybe a $700 investment if you're buying the Pro. So the comparison completely falls apart. I love PlayStation hamburgers. I'm just simply trying to point out that the market, when something is successful, it's because the market says they like it. That's the point. So, Piper, when you say that, Sony is benefiting from the business, not the consumer, that's actually not true. And you know why I say that? Because if that was true, the consumers wouldn't be happy. If the consumers didn't believe they were benefiting in one way or another, they wouldn't be supporting it. So, it brings me back to the PS5 Pro argument where it's like, there's people out there who are like, you're insane if you pay $700 for a console. And it's like, Sony's out of their mind for selling this. And it's like, well, you don't have to buy it. Like, guys, if it's going to fail, just let it fail. If nobody wants this, then nobody's going to buy it. But as it turns out, people wanted it. People bought it. People are still buying it. And Sony was right. I would have liked a cheaper PS5 Pro, sure. Why wouldn't I want to save some money? But they knew that, like, this is how much we're going to have to sell it for to make a profit off of it. We can't afford to sell it at a loss. And it's going to be for a certain market of people that really are enthusiastic about this type of product. And so as it turns out, that like, I tried to tell people, like, that doesn't hurt you. If people decide we like the PS5 Pro, we're going to buy the PS5 Pro, that doesn't hurt the consumer who says, I don't like the PS5 Pro, I just want a regular PS5. That doesn't hurt you. Like, this doesn't hurt the consumer, man. I understand that we are at a point in time where the popular thing to do is to convince everybody that the reason why PlayStation is so bad is because they have no competition. And because they have no competition, every decision they're making is just the worst decision, and it's purely destructive and bad for the consumer. And it's like, dude, literally, if that was the case, people would not be buying PS5s. People would not be buying games on the PlayStation 5. People would not be buying PlayStation games. People would not be subscribing to PlayStation Plus. It's like, you see the meltdowns that people have over PlayStation Network being down, which I chimed in and I'm like, yeah, this is unacceptable. Come on, bro. Get it together. This sucks. But the reality is, all right, you can let her in. Oh, hold on. But the reality is, like, people are going to still be subscribed to PlayStation Plus because it's not that big of a deal to 99% of people. And, you know, that doesn't mean we shouldn't criticize it. That doesn't mean we shouldn't call Sony out and be like, Sony, make sure this doesn't happen again, or get your shit together. You know, we pay for this. It just means that people are not. It means that when you see these rabid groups of angry, disgruntled, seemingly furious people that just can't stand PlayStation or Sony and can't stand anybody who likes it, they're truly the minority, dude. I mean, truly. Like, it's not even a question. We have actual, there's secret Discord groups now, man. We have actual evidence, like factual evidence, numbers, data to prove that these people are the minority. And I'm not here to say that the minority are wrong. I'm just here to let them know that that's cool, bro, but most people disagree. That's all. That's all I'm trying to say. Just like, you know, if most people thought that this state of play was bad and somebody wants to inform me that, hey, man, just so you know, like, I mean, I don't know if there's any way to quantify this, but if it turns out it's like, yeah, most people disagree, most people didn't like it, okay, I'm okay being in the minority then, you know? But I just, it's good for me to understand that I am in the minority. The majority, you know, this gets into the whole conversation. I mean, there's no reason to bring up politics per se on the channel, but it's kind of like right now in America, there's a whole conversation of like, what is it, you know, if it's about it being a democracy and people vote, what happens when, you know, most people vote for something that they deem, you know, that like a group of people deem, wow, you guys voted wrong. You know what I mean? Like, you guys wanted this. And to be clear, like, I say this as somebody where it's not about picking, I'm saying this as somebody who's not picking sides. I'm just pointing out that, like, that's the conundrum, right? Where it's like, if there's two groups of people, right? One's very, very large, the other's much smaller. You know? And that smaller group says, no, that much, much, much larger group is wrong. I mean, how far can that really be taken? You know, where it's like, well, if that was true, then surely there wouldn't be this many people. Surely there wouldn't be this many people on board, right? How did sides become so extreme in gaming and politics? Because of fucking morons, dude. Straight up. That's what it boils down to. In gaming and in politics. Because of idiots. People who are insane. People who their entire life, I mean, literally, like literally, it's like cognitive dissonance levels of just, this is my faith. It's this or nothing. Never waver, never question, unbending. And it's closed-mindedness. To be honest, that's what it is. I said it's idiots, but it's closed-mindedness, man. People who are not able to see past what's right in front of their face, and they willingly choose not to see past that. And I think that we have seen, you know, we're seeing in the world right now the danger of that, but that has crept into gaming, where it's why I had that kind of like crash out earlier, where I'm just like, the people who are choosing to be the most closed-minded, the people who are choosing to be the most closed-minded and the most vitriol, you know, or the vitriolic, is that a word? Just the most vile. They're the people that are beginning to thrive to a degree, because you're seeing that breakdown in real time in society, where now more than ever, people are not willing to see past what's in front of their face. The people are more closed-minded, quite possibly, than they've ever been. And it's seeping into everything. And it's almost like it's contagious. It's almost like it's fucking contagious, dude. And it's sad to see, and I just wish that it didn't have to be this way, but I can't, I don't have control over it. Is it sending a message if I get the wife a giant deluxe chopping board for Valentine's Day? All right. Thank you, Jonathan. Yeah, see, we got a lot going on the channel. You got crash outs, you got deep assessment. It's easier for some people to be sheep than to be their own person. This does not mean everyone. Yeah. Well, see, things get really I think things are messier than they've ever been today because there's a lot to gain by behaving this way. And it is truly unfortunate to see where like people have picked up on the fact that, wait, if we just kind of stop thinking freely and just kind of take a singular lane and stay in that lane and don't ever even think of looking left or right, up or down, just one way. Turns out there's a lot of money to be made that way. There's a lot of money to be made that way. There's a lot of people who are looking to be acknowledged, looking to be, validated. And there's a lot of people out there that are absolutely willing to exploit that for their own gain. Even if it's, even if you could say, well, are they really the problem if the person is too unaware to realize that's what's going on? Who's really the problem here? And it's like, well, that's just a philosophical conundrum that I don't feel as though I'm the one that can answer that question. They're both wrong. That's the point. They're both wrong. What needs to happen is the person who is being that close-minded and that single-minded, they need to be willing to be told that, dude, you are close-minded, and you need to realize that. You need to take a good look in the mirror, and you need to take a deep breath and start to realize that it's okay to take a closer look at more things around you. Your life doesn't have to just revolve around one thing. Doesn't mean you have to accept those things, but just being able to take a good hard look and potentially compromise on more things can be very healthy for you and everybody around you. So that person's wrong for not being willing to even think about doing that. The other person's wrong for exploiting that and take advantage of it because, they are aware of this, and they're, rather than trying to be the person to tell that individual, like, I think you need to calm down and maybe open your mind a little bit, open your eyes. They're like, no, I'm actually just going to use you. And that's dude, that what I just described right there, that is everywhere right now. And it's sickening. It's disheartening and it's sickening, and I'm tired of it. Mepsic, longtime member for 44 months, says, I agree. The people who talk the most know so little, but the ones who listen, learn, and grow instead. Love the message you're putting out here, MBG. Well, I appreciate that. And see, that's the thing. That's why, I want to stay on this path. It's just I'm not sure how feasible it is, where it's like I'm going to have to, if I want to stay on this path, I'm going to have to be a little bit more defensive about it. I'm going to have to shield up, armor up a little bit. I'm going to have to buff my defenses. Put some more points in the defense stat, There's always ways to convey your opinions and views in a respectful manner. Exactly. Yeah, I'm a big believer, and it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Words are powerful, man, and there's energy behind words. There's energy behind words, and I think even if people don't think about that, they inherently know it because of the emotion, the emotion behind the words. That's why earlier when I'm crashing out, like, you know, there is a raw emotion behind that. And that emotion is not necessary. That emotion is volatile. It is. It's volatile to me. It can be volatile to anybody around me, but it's real and it's there. And the truth is I could have probably said everything I said earlier in a completely different way. I could have said the same things, just I could have said it very differently, you know, how I chose to convey it. But in that moment, that I felt as though that's how I needed to convey it. You can tell 100 people the same thing at the same time, but everyone will take it different. Yep. Saying I'm enjoying your content a lot more. I like the positivity here on like a lot of content creators nowadays. Yeah, that's the thing, man. I'm not advocating for toxic positivity. I'll be honest, man. I feel like I understand why certain PlayStation fans these days are getting as defensive as they are, because even I'm starting to feel it. Where it's like, it's getting to a point where if you enjoy PlayStation and you have good things to say about it, and you also happen to not be a big fan of Xbox, it's like, that's not allowed to exist anymore. And it's like, why though? Like, I can't think of a good reason why. And the only reason seemingly is, well, there are just some people that don't like that. And it's like, okay, like, why should we have to, you know, capitulate to that? Like, especially when, like, I understand if it's like, if we're being overly toxic and nasty, I can understand why it's like, maybe cool it a little bit, you know? It doesn't have to be that serious. You know, you're upsetting some people. Okay, all right, sure. Doesn't, you know, it's like this is where you have to be able to analyze, like, just, is something truly bad and negative and toxic? Like, it's just not good? Or is it that people are getting too hurt and upset by things that frankly shouldn't hurt or upset them? And I think it's that. I think it's that right now there are certain groups of people on the internet that they don't like to see that PlayStation is succeeding in an area where Microsoft with Xbox completely fucking failed. And I think that there are other individuals that are completely chaotic that see that, and this is where I'm saying they're exploiting the cognitive dissonance and the delusion, where they know that there are groups of people that do not like this, and they do not like to see PlayStation players kind of being able to celebrate, like, dude, not only do, you know, is our console still doing well, we like console gaming and we're happy to see it do well, and we're still getting PlayStation games, but now we're going to be getting Xbox games and all the third-party games. You know, they're like, nobody wants to see, not nobody, but there's these groups of people where they don't want to see that, because that it means that, well, honestly, like, if you supported PlayStation, you kind of backed the right horse. Because if you didn't, well, I mean, if you're on PC, you're fine. Yeah, it's once again, it's gaslighting, man. And it's just like, I think it's just sad that people are so willing to stoop to levels of just la 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 la. I don't want to hear anything. It's not real. I'm just gonna say what I want to say. I'm gonna be the clown, or I'm gonna be the jerk, and I'm not gonna see it any other way. And I see that's festering and that's growing. It has been going on since 2020, but it's reaching new levels, man. It's reaching new heights, and it's like, this is why I can't be so passive anymore, because the more passive I become, the more aggressive they become. And it's like, fuck that, dude. Like, I don't want to have to be more aggressive, but I'm not just going to sit here and let people try to tear down not even just the channel, you know, but it's what my channel represents. Like, my channel is me. So if you're trying to tear down the MBG name or whatever, not that it's like, oh, the MBG name, it's just like, if you're trying to tear it down, you're trying to tear me down because I don't bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not here to just tell people what they want to hear. I'm not here to, you know, to court. Like, I could do it easily. Do you know how easy it would be for me to be like, you know what? We're going to be the most toxic fucking PlayStation channel around, where we mercilessly hound Xbox fans, stupid takes from Twitter or from YouTube, and that's all we do. And I guarantee you that would probably grow faster than what I'm doing now. I fucking guarantee it, because that's the environment that people want today. Not necessarily you guys, but just that's what people gravitate towards now. And, you know, maybe they do it for entertainment value. They probably do it because there's some level of truth there. And I'm just like, no, dude, like, we're not doing that. But I'm not just going to let people come in and be like, hey, man, yeah, Sony sucks and you're a bootlicker because you're okay with it. It's like, no, dude, we're just fucking enjoying our shit over here. Okay? That's what we're doing. We're just enjoying our shit. And you have a problem with that. You have a problem with that. And it's like, that's not my fucking problem. And I'll be damned if I'm going to let you try to make that my problem. And unfortunately, some of them have successfully done so. So it must be dealt with. It must be dealt with. This cannot go on. People are slandering PlayStation games for no reason. Yeah, man, like, that's the thing. Like, I don't care to defend Sony. Like, I'm not trying to defend the corporation. Like, shit on the corporation all you want, dude. I'm not Sony. I'm not PlayStation. But it's just when people do that without any real substance, because I am a channel that covers PlayStation and I'm basically associated with it. They bring that same energy, if not even worse, to me, as if I am the company, as if I represent, like, I'm a representative of PlayStation officially. I represent the company, you know? I don't know, man. It's just, I guess, I maybe if anything, I am just trying to advocate for people who are actually enjoying the console and the product and the games. And I'm just getting to a point where it's like, I'm going to have to go a little bit on the attack. You know, like how many fucking pokes does it take? And I think this last state of play is like the last poke, bro. It's the poke that woke the bear. I don't know. I don't know how aggressive I'm going to get with it, but it's just like, I'm just not going to accept nonsense anymore. And it's to a point where it's like, listen, I do see a lot of rational takes from people, especially on Twitter. And the take that I'm describing there are people that talk to me. I'm a panda. Oh, man, I hope I'm not. I hope that's not true, unknown. I hope I don't find out that I'm just a panda. Oh, shit. No way. Oh. Unknown, you just got in my head, bro. I'm like a panda out here who thinks he's a grizzly bear. I'm out here doing, like, rolls and shit. I'm sorry. That shit made me laugh. Anyway, what was I just saying? Oh, yeah. The takes that I see from people that I think are actually totally reasonable that I agree with. And yes, I know, Navinzer, I know I let it get to me too much, but that's what I'm looking to take care of. I let it get to me too much because I allow it into my life. Like literally through my, like I stream more than anything else I do. I stream more than anything else I do. And I check Twitter and I check my YouTube comments. Those are the three things I do more than anything. And the thing that I've basically been doing wrong is telling, and this is the level of gaslighting, like telling myself, like, dude, you should, like, you have to see this stuff, man. Like, you should see it. And I'm like, wait a second. Why? Why? Like, so you're telling me that fucking, like, comment from what is clearly a troll on my post, I shouldn't block that person? Why? And that's where I'm like, no, I'm done, dude. You're fucking blocked. I'm never seeing your ass again. Peace. You know why? Because I don't need it. I don't need to see you again. Now, I'm not, now to be clear, like, one of the things I see a lot are people being like, dude, this generation from PlayStation has not been nearly as good. It's been very disappointing. I'm unhappy with it. And it's been just so weak compared to last gen and whatnot. And to those, like, I want to make it clear, like, I'm not talking about those people. Like, I think that's an interesting take, and I would like to hear more. Like, I like to hear the explanation from PlayStation fans that feel that way, why that is. Doesn't mean I'm going to agree per se, but I welcome stuff like that because I think it's good to hear different perspectives. Just like I've welcomed people on this channel where it's like, hey, I prefer to play on Xbox. I would like to know why. And a lot of the times, again, like normal, rational, reasonable people, they're like, oh, because I have friends over there. I just like the controller better. I have a catalog of games. I'm subscribed to Game Pass. It's like, yeah, all great reasons to still be playing on Xbox. Like, I'm not going to turn to you and be like, what the fuck's wrong with you, bro? Xbox is garbage. Get the fuck off that shit. Like, no. That's not at all what I'm advocating for. But when somebody wants to come in and be like, man, Microsoft's got so many games, so many more games than Sony. Sony can't even keep up. It's like, what are you talking about, man? I'm telling you, so Microsoft's got better games. They got more games. What are you going to do? Microsoft's saving Sony. It's like, I got a whole list of games right here, buddy, that tells you otherwise. Like when I basically try to look at that person and say, you're objectively wrong with what you're saying. Like, factually, objectively, you're wrong. And they deny it. They're like, no, dude. Nope, you're just a pony. Like, no, I'm literally deconstructing what you're saying. And I'm presenting you the facts, and you're denying the facts. That's the type of shit that's the shit that's going to get shut down. So that's not even going to exist anymore. That's not even going to exist anymore. Because it's just like, no, dude. The semantics of it all. The semantics is like, that's where the gaslighting becomes the most prevalent. And that's what's sad. That's what's sad, because you see so many people, they fall for it. And I fall for it too sometimes. Maybe a lot of times. But like, I guess really it's like, I'm not here to turn to a PlayStation player and says, saying, I think MBG is moving away from the console war, but there are people who think this channel is the frontline doghouse. We're PlayStation Marines. We're first on the ground, bro. No, like what I was going to say is that if there are PlayStation players that are like, dude, I genuinely think this generation is awful and I am not a fan of Sony today. My intention is not to turn to that person and be like, well, you're banned and you're not welcome here. Absolutely not. It's the opposite. Like, oh, thank you for chiming in. I actually appreciate you letting me know. I see it a different way, but you know, you're absolutely welcome here, you know, and you can continue to express that as long as it's done respectfully. But for me, like, I'm gonna be honest too. Like, another thing that's important to understand is when I see somebody say that, like, that doesn't interest me nearly as much as somebody who's like, dude, I've really been enjoying this generation, because it's just, you know how, like, when people have things in common, they naturally gravitate more towards each other rather than people who don't have much in common. They usually gravitate further from one another. It's that simple line of logic of like, dude, I'm more interested in having conversations with people who are enjoying the generation like I am, because I just have more to say about that. You know, and I can't help but notice that anytime I try to go deeper into the conversations about what's wrong with modern day Sony and modern day PlayStation, and what's wrong with the PS5 and what's wrong with the state of play and everything else, I can't help but realize, like, notice that the more I indulge that conversation, the more it becomes clear that it's like, dude, like, it's turning into a debate and damn near an argument. Like, it's going to turn into an argument because you're not going to see eye to eye on this. And the only thing that's left to do is to agree to disagree. You know what I mean? And I just think nothing really opened my eyes to that wider. Like, nothing opened my eyes as wide as this most recent state of play, where it's like, I kind of, like, the truth in that moment is I was left feeling really good after that state of play, and because there were so many games that I like. That's why I was telling people, like, make a list of the games, circle all the games that you're looking forward to playing that you saw at the state of play, because I saw a lot, and I wanted to talk about that. And I was met with so many people in the chat, and even some people with super chats, where they had no interest in doing that. They just wanted to talk about how bad it was, and I'm like, that's where I have to put my foot down and say, right now, you're not welcome here. Truthfully, like, and respectfully, you're not welcome here, because my intention right now is to talk to people who did enjoy it like I did, because I don't have anything to say about not liking it. You know what I mean? So I got to get a little bit better at that. And it's like, we will have a conversation afterwards later on. We can entertain that conversation at a different time, a different place. What didn't you like about it? Why didn't you like it? If I feel as though it's necessary. But, again, maybe some people would call that an echo chamber, but to me, that's just like, I'm just trying to enjoy this, man. Like this, and I want to make it clear, the same logic will apply to an Xbox show. The same logic will apply to an Xbox show, dude. Like, if the next Xbox show is the showcase, and I thought it was really good, and there's actually a lot of games I liked, and I keep getting, like, if I just see a barrage of, like, that was garbage, that was trash, Xbox sucks, okay, guys, I get it, but I'm not here to have, like, that's not the conversation I'm trying to have right now. Like, if I enjoyed the show, if I thought the show was good. This is what, like, I'm going to be taking more control going forward. And I don't want people to think that you can only say one thing one way, but it's just, from now on, I'm going to control the discussions we have, because, well, I've tried it the other way and it's just gotten too out of hand. And I've been way too influenced by people who are not interested in having genuine discussions. So I'm sorry. I got back on this topic again. Saying Reforge got those kind of super chats too. They were on a mission. Yeah, and I didn't even realize until after that those messages I was getting and people saying Xbox better, that was actually somebody else streaming my stream, sending them over. And if I had my trigger finger ready, like, those people, super chats or not, they would have just been banned, dude. And I didn't do that because I didn't realize that's where it was coming from. And that right there is the type of shit I'm talking about, where it's like, it's very sad. It's very sad. I understand people disagree with my takes and shit, and they don't like the fact that, they don't like the fact that I like PlayStation as much as I do, but I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. All right. So we'll go for a little bit longer here. Just give me one moment. All right. Oh yeah, Tides of Annihilation gameplay. Yeah, let's bring that up for a minute. Guys, well, we're gonna bring up the Tides of Annihilation gameplay and watch that. Let me see if I can find it. So if you want to drop any more support, any more members, any more super chats, direct donations, anything like that, now is the time to do it. Tides of Annihilation. Where's the... Ooh. All right. Let me just set this up. Setting it up on the fly, so... Any day now. It's always takes longer than it should. Sorry about that. I do gotta... All right. Let's check this out.
Let's go.
Oh, this place was fine before. Is this a car? It's too small.
It's a baby carriage.
Ah, a baby. I'm so sorry for everything that's happened to you.
So this is giving me major Stellar Blade vibes. Like that whole little interaction right there. Definitely some Stellar Blade vibes going on. Am I right?
Let's go.
Get over here.
So, dude, the combat, it's one of these things where, like, it looks really, really good. And based off of what I'm seeing, it looks like it's going to feel as good to play as it looks to watch. Like, that's kind of what I look for with these types of games. It could be a little bit deceptive sometimes, but it's looking really, really solid. Yeah, very Devil May Cry inspired in a way. I'm liking it. A lot of enemy ragdolling going on, or like juggling, I mean, not ragdolling. This is Tides of Annihilation gameplay. This was one of the games that was shown at the State of Play. Let's keep watching. Yo, so okay. Yeah, dude, the combat in this looks amazing. Like the more I'm seeing of it. Like there's a lot, I don't know, there's a lot going on screen at one time. Yeah, that finisher was sick. Definitely Virgil inspired combat. It's looking good. It does look very good. Yeah, I mean, it's giving me a big mix of like Stellar Blade, Devil May Cry. I think, honestly, I like the aesthetic of this game more though, at least more so than Stellar Blade. Maybe I just, I don't know, the art style or the color palette. I like it. It's like a little bit more. Is this running on the Pro? I actually don't know. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, the voice acting's a little, but I can accept it. This could be on PC. I'm not sure.
Do you fear that?
Just a fold realm.
Scarlet Waters! Run!
You're saying I like white chicks more? No. Wait, what? No, bro.
Watch out! Darn it. The Scarlet Waters are making this place even more unstable. See that?
Worth a shot? Might be a way out. Let's go. Britannia. Long time no see.
Oh no, not again. No! The path is flooded.
Okay, so they have a checkpoint system, of course. Just like a Souls-like checkpoint system.
Path. Not enough.
Yeah, dude, the
yet.
world, the
Let's
environment
find
in the world
more.
does look really good.
Up here! Just knock down the pillar! Don't forget, knights don't fear the Scarlet Waters. Nice! Now we can get across. I sense danger. Seems like that's where we're headed.
Once we go in, there's no turning back. We need to be prepared.
Shattered Glass, you're saying day one on PS5. Don't care if it's anywhere else. I mean, yeah, that's where I'm going to be playing it. I'm assuming it'll be enhanced for the PS5 Pro.
You. Gwendolyn, did you come here just to get upset? With me?
Damn it, Mordred! That's up to you. Just here to read, are you?
I have more pressing matters. You should have stayed out of my way.
Like I said before, I've no interest in your throne.
So, you're after the night for something else?
That's right. You mind your business, and I'll mind mine. Don't trust her! She's a psycho! Silence! Idiot! A cheap trick!
You're weaker than before. Swinging your sword like that, does that count as fighting? What's this? Can't win on your own, so you call for backup. Too slow.
You're saying the page went blank? Is it still showing up for you guys?
Got.
It should be.
Bow to me. Half-baked trick. Very well. This is your own doing. Yes.
Oh, Whiskey Gaming. I'm always reading your chats wrong. My bad, dude.
You're a right pain, aren't you? You'll soon pay the price.
You're saying there's a lot of questionable cuts during combat. Yeah, I'm noticing some cuts. I wonder if they're just doing it to kind of speed it up a little bit, like maybe the boss battle lasts a little bit longer. Or maybe they're just messing up. That could be it. They're just like screwing up. So they have to like cut out the stuff that looks not great.
Kneel. Feel the true power of Pendragon. Feel the despair. This is proof of my inevitable.
They said in the beginning it's an early build, an early dev build.
How is this possible? You were just lucky. How dare you? You'll regret that. You're nothing but a bug, while I'm destined to have it.
I may be a mere bug. But who the hell do you think you are?
Watch your mouth.
Face it, you're just a discarded pawn in this game.
Damn you! I'm Pendragon. No one can cast me aside, ever!
Yeah, I mean, I glaze over a little bit with the dialogue and the, and what they're saying. I'm not gonna lie, but everything else is looking awesome. Like, look at this. This looks sick. So there's no release time frame. Just says wish list. Yeah, it looks really good, man. Definitely one of the highlights of the state of play, I think. Glad they showed some gameplay. Delwyn, let me read your super chat. Let me just bring this over here. Delwyn Jones with a super chat. He says, state of play was very good. That continues to improve each year. Many great games are coming out this year and next year, and I'm excited. I give a rating of 7.75 out of 10. Some crybabies complain, no games, loud BS. Go buy an Xbox instead. Yeah, I agree with you, Delwyn. I was going to do, I guess, a more extensive overview of the state of play. But generally speaking, man, I'll do that now because I agree with you. I actually want to. I'm assuming the PlayStation YouTube channel uploaded every trailer from the state of play. Let me see. So I want to count how many games I saw at the state of play that I'm excited for. They have Elden Ring Night Rain here, but that actually wasn't at the state of play. But I'm very excited for Elden Ring Night Rain. So we have Saros, which is Housemarque's new game. That might be one of my most anticipated games at this point. So that like shot way up on the list. Mind's Eye. I think I don't know if I understand, like this game they're saying is coming this summer. This is from Leslie Benzies. He is a Rockstar veteran. Like he's an OG Rockstar dude, like a director there or whatever, like really high up, a producer or director. Really curious about this game. It does look promising. Tides of Annihilation, which we just saw. Looking forward to that. Days Gone Remastered. At some point, I might get to it a little bit later, but definitely going to play that at some point. Dreams of Another. I know that this is a game that not a lot of people were really talking about, but it's an interesting concept. I'm actually quite intrigued by it. Lies of P DLC. Hell Is Us. Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. Release date trailer. A new Onimusha trailer. Definitely looking forward to Onimusha. Potentially Directive 8020. That does look interesting. Lost Soul Aside. So that's 11 games, dude. Mrs. MBG's really interested in that game, The Midnight Walk, by the way. She's super interested in that one. That's 11 games. That's a lot of games, man. Like, it's like an overwhelming amount of games for me. So those 11 games are the ones I'm looking forward to. And that's why, to me, I felt really good after watching that state of play, because it made me realize, like, man, there was already a lot to look forward to and a lot to play. Now, I don't know, man. Now there's just too many. All multi-plat, though. But yeah, but what's that matter, though? What does it matter if they're multi-plat? Like, listen, man, I got one PlayStation Studios title from that, and I'm okay. I'm happy with that, because I don't know, man. I don't need a game to be exclusive or to be from PlayStation Studios in order for me to be excited about it. I understand, though, like, because it's a Sony show, maybe people would have expected more than one first-party game. But for me, the significance of the first-party game reveal, from the State of Play is the fact that it's Housemarque, bro. Is the fact that it's not just like, listen, I'm more excited for Saros than I am Intergalactic, and I love Naughty Dog, but I have a love-hate thing with Naughty Dog, but I mostly love Naughty Dog. Yo, what's up, Corey? Corey's back again, bro. Paul, you just ordered MGS Delta. You just spoke to your friend that played Elden Ring Night Rain. It's a Souls Battle Royale game. What? Not that I'm opposed to that, but that's not at all what I got from it. Are you sure? Like, I know there's like a thing that closes, but you're not fighting other players. Is it basically like a battle royale where you have to like fight bosses in a certain time frame and get more powerful as you're fighting them? I'll find out. I'm playing it no matter what. But that's what was so important to me, man, about this State of Play is like, it really, I talked about this a little bit earlier. It's worth reiterating once more here. It was just truly disheartening. I mean, and it still is, to see people just overlooking Saros, bro. Like, that State of Play sucked. There were no games. And I'm like, bro, you don't understand. Like, one of the best PlayStation games of the generation probably just got revealed. I saw... it's disappointing. It feels like no matter what Sony reveals anymore, there's always going to be people that are. It just feels like these days there's too many people that are just down on it, man. And that just it's a battle royale with bosses. What an interesting concept, dude. You think Saros is going to link to the Returnal universe? Dude, it looks so good. And I know we didn't see gameplay, but it's like, even just, looking at that boss, bro, like, god damn. Returnal won Game of the Year at the BAFTAs. I hate that Night Rain is a time limit. Rogues are fun, but I don't want to feel rushed. That's the only thing that makes me nervous about Night Rain as well. I'm a little bit nervous about how much pressure that's going to add. Hopefully it's balanced correctly where it doesn't, like, it should put a little bit of pep in your step, but as long as it doesn't feel like, overwhelming, like it makes me feel like I can't even breathe, and get my bearings. Ain't about that shrinking level aspect that folks are likening it to a battle royale. I mean, it's interesting because I have such extensive experience with PUBG that I have a lot of experience with a battle royale, but I don't know, man. This is going to be an interesting one. This is going to be a very interesting one. I'm playing it no matter what. It would have to be pretty bad for me not to like it because I like multiplayer games. I love Elden Ring. I love Souls games. I like battle royales. So unless it just doesn't come together well, and I find myself just completely overwhelmed while playing it, I'm gonna have to check that out. The Vaddy video. I'm not gonna react to it right now, but in my own time, I'll check it out. He played 6 hours of it. You hear PUBG is really good again, by the way. The only reason I don't play PUBG anymore, well, honestly, man, and I was thinking about this recently because I saw PUBG on my games list the other day, like in my collection. PUBG is a game that, you guys know last month my cousin passed away, and that was a game that we played extensively. Like, I have a lot of memories with that game with my cousin, and it's been a while since I played it, and I just kind of realized, like, I don't know that I could go back and play PUBG now. Like, not right now anyway. I don't know. I don't know that I'm ever gonna go back to PUBG. It feels kind of painful. That sounds so awesome though. It has full destruction now. Damn. I don't know. Can they just make PUBG 2? Yeah, it's tough, man. It's so weird. It's so weird. Like, I never really thought of that, but yeah, man. I mean, I remember playing that game. Not just, he wasn't the only person I played it with, but one of the people I played it with the most. And it's such a it's a multiplayer game, communication based. I mean, we were playing that back in 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21. So yeah, as much as I would like to go back and experience PUBG again, I don't know that I ever can, man. And for a reason that I never would have expected. You stop playing Fortnite, you don't ever plan on going back. I tried Fortnite, I think, twice in my life, and I was just like, I can't. You stop playing drums when your mate died. Music was dead for a long while. I get it. Yeah, it's tough, man. It's really tough. It's different, too. Like, for some things, it feels like the opposite. Like, some things you feel like you can do it in kind of like you're honoring a memory. But other things, for some reason, feel a little bit, or maybe even a lot more painful. And I think the reason with PUBG is that, like, I don't know. It's just there were so many great like we had a lot of fun in that game. We dicked around so much. We screwed around. So it does make me kind of sad to think about it. But I'm happy to have those memories though, man. You know, it's the good memories that matter. And damn, now I'm in the feels right now, man. I'm in the feels. Yeah. Yeah, it's true, man. It's true. Well, that's why, dude, that's why Metal Gear Solid 3 is going to be so interesting for me. Because I did talk to you guys about this, but man, seeing that last Metal Gear trailer, it's real. It's happening. It's not happening tomorrow or next week or next month, but it's very close now, or at least it feels that way, August. I saw the pre-order bonuses, but watching that trailer and just the memories, dude. The memories. So excited. So excited. Dude, when Metal Gear Solid 3 comes out, I am going to do a Big Boss cosplay gameplay stream. And I'm going to dedicate it to my cousin, maybe. Because if it wasn't for him, I would have never discovered Metal Gear. I can't wait. It's real, dude. Yeah. So we have a problem though with Metal Gear Solid Delta. Are we still able to get the collector's edition of MGS Delta? So I saw that they released I saw you showed a picture of the collector's edition for the European version, and it had a bust of Big Boss. That sounds weird to say, but I want to get that one, dude. Teddy's just saying it will get better with time. I know, man. I know. I appreciate that. I know you guys have been really great since I mean, you guys have always been great, but since the beginning of this year, very understanding, very helpful. And I don't know if I ever said this to you guys, by the way. It's all kind of a blur, even though it was just last month, but I'm happy to let you guys know that, I was able to donate, at least for the direct donations, like pretty much everything that you guys donated to my aunt. And it definitely helped her. It definitely helped her. And she was able to, I think she was able to get like a nice Superman gravestone for him because he loved Superman. And it was really nice. So I don't know. I feel like I told you guys that, but just in case I didn't, because it was a rough month. It was a really rough month. So thank you guys so much for that. Really, it did. I just want you guys to know it did actually help, and it made a difference. And I'm still talking to my aunt a little bit, as much as I can. Obviously she's still going through it. She sends me pictures of them sometimes, like from the past, and I'm trying to still help support her and whatnot. But it's a tough thing. It's a really, really tough thing. So yeah, it's just a reminder, always a reminder that life is short. I spend my time sometimes getting flustered over stuff, stressing, and the biggest thing that I want to change in my life, and I guess we're kind of like in members lounge territory right now, but the biggest thing I want to change in my life when kind of thinking about this stuff is like the time we waste, the time we waste just really pouring energy or allowing certain negative energies to grip us. And we don't know what happens after this life. Maybe we get another one, maybe we get more time, but we don't know. A lot of people go through life assuming this is it, man. You get, this is all the time you're going to get. I don't know what I believe, but I don't know. And so because I don't know, I'm going to basically operate like use my time wisely, spend it more wisely. It is the most valuable currency, and it's one we as far as we're aware, we don't get refunded. So it's kind of a reminder of that. And that's just why I get so upset, because it's crashing out earlier. I was looking at that stream. I'm like, damn, dude, it's a 10-hour stream. And I'm not going to pretend like, I'm doing that because I make a living doing this. Yeah, like I do it because I need to make money too, of course. But I definitely didn't have to stream for 10 hours. But I want to make this channel for myself and hopefully for you guys too, just an overall a happier place, man. Because there's just so much out there that's miserable and not happy. No, I'm not ranting, Shems. I'm not ranting. I'm calm now. I'm not ranting. I'm just saying I want to create I just want to create a better environment. I want to create an environment. I do love coming to the streams, I love streaming. I love hanging out with you guys. It's a big part of my life. I can't help but feel frequently that, man, it could be so much better. And there's just something I got to do. There's something I got to do, I feel, to help facilitate that, because sometimes I feel like I'm just kind of sitting back and just letting things be what they are, not realizing I could, I think I have much more power and influence over this than I want to realize. And I think I could help mold it into something better. MBG Jr. would appreciate a more positive example from a lot of us. Exactly, man. Yeah, that's the thing too. Got my family, got my kids, and I know people do what they got to do. People do what they got to do, and I see that. And I can't help but judge it sometimes, where it's like I can tell people are doing stuff, they're not being genuine. They're not being genuine. They're maybe being dishonest, or they're just kind of placating. And you can tell, like, people do it because they need more money or they need more attention, and they just got to do what they got to do, I guess. And I just hope it doesn't ever turn into that. That's all. I just hope it doesn't ever turn into like, man, there's only one. Got to put like metaphorically speaking, got to put the clown wig on, got to put the clown makeup on and go to work. Like, listen, man, if I wanted to be a clown, like a real clown, you know what I mean? Like that's a real line of work, clowns. It's a job, but I don't know where I'm going from here. I don't know. That's all I got. The Amish beard. Delwyn Jones with another super chat. Delwyn, thank you so much, man. Wait, Titus, what's the poll for again? Dude, listen, I'm going to be real right now. Gaming Survivor, I think for sure gets, well, I'm not saying I'm doing anything now, but Gaming Survivor, I think, gets the mod ship before Rich Rod. Rich Rod, you got some, I just imagine you're just going to go on like a ban spree, man. That's kind of, it's true. Can you blame me? You can't blame me, bro. You have violent tendencies. You absolutely have violent tendencies, man. Delwyn, thank you so much for the super chat, man. I really appreciate it. You're saying Saros, Wolverine, Intergalactic, Ghost of Tote, potentially a God of War remake. I do wonder what's going on there. Because according to Tom Henderson, something's going on. Days Gone Remaster and Death Stranding 2 and many more. What a crazy collection of games. I'm excited for all of them. PlayStation will remain the market leader. PlayStation will continue to dominate. Hype. No, I mean, dude, it's a good looking list of games, I think. I want to know what's going on with the God of War situation, because even though nothing showed up at the State of Play, don't forget that Tom Henderson did say that from what he heard, there's something going on with God of War where it's younger Kratos back in Greece. And I'm like, what could that be? But Delwyn, I appreciate your enthusiasm, man, for these upcoming games. And yeah, it's funny. I want to put this out here. See, this is where I don't think enough. Like, it's not that I think too much. But I put out a post today saying, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to buy Days Gone Remastered, bro. No physical version. And I think I just said that in the moment because I'm like, F you, Sony. You don't want to give me a physical version? I ain't buying it. But then I just realized, like, dude, you're probably going to want to stream this game and, hang out with your audience a bit and revisit Days Gone. It's like, of course, So I guess I am going to get it. I guess I was just kind of hoping if I said that, I don't know, maybe somebody from Sony would be like, uh-oh. Poopy Snoopy, you're saying part of being a streamer is being morally bankrupt. I don't want to believe that, man. I don't want to believe that. I mean, I do see a lot of that, and, nothing can be perfect. I understand that. I'm not going to be perfect. Streamers, just like anything else, their streamers aren't going to be perfect, but I don't know, man. That's why I guess I'm just trying to that's why I'm trying to lean more towards trying to be positive. Like, I mean, I'm going to have my rants, I am. I can't deny that part of myself, but I feel like the best time I ever had on my channel, I mean, I've had a lot of really, really good times. We've had some incredible streams. But I mean, for like a stretch of time, like the longest period of time where I was honestly like so feeling really, really, really good was in 2020, dude. And the reason for that was because there was so, like, people felt good, man. Like, I felt good, but I noticed like so many other people feel good about the same things I'm feeling good about. And it created this just kind of energy of like, I don't know. It was a really good time. And that's why, I think that's just why I get so upset about streams like, I'm not trying to say the 10-hour stream was a bet. No, it's just when I see the State of Play and when I'm done, I'm like, man, that was great, man. Like, I actually really thought that was good. And it's just, I see so many people just like, jaded or disillusioned or just flat out unhappy with what they saw. And I'm like, man, this is like the opposite of, this is like the opposite of what it was like back in 2020. And I wasn't forcing anything then, and I'm not forcing anything now. But I just missed that, I miss the enthusiasm, dude, because I have it. Like that's what tears me up the most is like when I sit down alone and I'm watching this stuff, I'm like, this is fucking awesome. Like these games I'm seeing, like I'm excited to go watch these trailers in 4K on my own. I'm practically ready to rewatch the State of Play on my own because I genuinely enjoy it, man. Like if I there have been State of Plays I've watched that I actually thought were like, this was not good. I did not enjoy this. And I don't even really go check the trailers afterwards. But I don't know. I thoroughly, I was sitting back and I'm watching Saros in 4K. I'm watching Metal Gear. I'm watching Onimusha. I'm watching Tides of Annihilation. I'm like, this is awesome. Cardinal No Music, you're saying, bring back the abandoned streams. We got to see Hassan Karaman do something, bro. It's so toxic now, it makes me question if it's real MBG. Rich Ryder saying, I'm trying to turn over a new leaf. MBG wants the violence to continue. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's not violence, right? It's not violence that I want. But dude, oh my God. There is some annoying shit out there. There is definitely some annoying shit. Bro, the interview that man did was wild. If I'm a mod, I will be strict, but obey the law. Take care, Shems. I appreciate you hanging out, man. Yeah, I'll be wrapping this up shortly. I have to think about this. I have to think about this with you and Gaming Survivor. Little bro RR trying to get out, but we keep pulling him back in. Diego, you're saying there was like 3 to 4 games you really liked? Yeah, still no Red Dead PS5 version. Just waiting for that GTA 6 date, man. I mean, it's got to be looming at this point, you know, overhead. We got to be close. Right? Like we got to be close. Closer, certainly. Fight to the death for Blue Wrench. Well, yeah, one of my biggest weaknesses is the rage bait. And I don't, you know, it's like the saying goes, like, don't hate the player, hate the game. And it's like, you know, one of the first things I saw, and I talked about this live when we were reacting to the stream. One of the first things I saw, I happened to go on Twitter. The first post that came up was RGT85, who I have no problem with at all. But, you know, he put out a post where he was like, does PlayStation Studios even make games anymore? And the reason why that frustrated me is not because I have a problem with him, not because I want to evoke violence to anybody, Rich Rod, but it's because I feel like that's placating, dude. Like, I feel like you know what you're doing here. You absolutely know what you're doing here, and you know whose attention you're trying to get right now by saying that. And I'm supposed to believe that you really believe that. Like, that's what bothers me, is I'm supposed to believe that you are genuinely, sincerely asking, does, like, I guess PlayStation Studios, or not, I guess it's not even a question, just stating, I'm supposed to believe that you believe what you're saying, earnestly. And I don't believe that, because it's like that would require a rejection of reality, a rejection of facts. And this is why I'm so hung up on it, because more and more people are embracing the rejection of the facts, the rejection of the reality. I must control the roid rage, and there has to be a way to overcome that without being consumed by it, right? Like, there has to be a way to cut through it where it's like, PlayStation Studios absolutely does make games. In fact, they make so many games that they just won Game of the Year last year. They had one of the top selling games of the year last year. They have 2 more games coming this year. They just showed you a new game that's coming in 2026 today, or 2 days ago. And that's what bothers me, is like other people who are lower than RGT, right? And I have no problem. Again, I have no problem with RGT. It's not, he's not like, even what he says in the problem, it's like everybody else, where it's like, yeah, oh, he's asking that question, I'm going to ask it now too. And it's like, the answer's there, dude. Like, the answer's literally in front of your face. It's been in front of your face. Like, the answer's been the same the whole time. I don't know, dude. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm just too focused. Maybe my problem is that I allow that into my life. Like, I go on Twitter, I happen to read it, and then it just becomes something where it's like, now it's in my head, you know? And the reason why it's in my head is because it doesn't make any sense to me. And I'm out here trying to make sense in a place where I'm not sure that people care about making any kind of sense. I don't know. I lack some kind of understanding, I guess. It kind of reminds me of the conversation that people have where they're like, this generation of PlayStation sucks. And that to me is such a strange, like I find myself kind of perplexed by that, you know, where I think there needs to be a correction here. If I could make one correction that could be universally applied to all of the internet, you know, everybody wants to have their hot takes about the PlayStation generation so far, and again, this is not in the name of defense; it's in the name of clarity. It's like the universal thing that I would change is you have to you need to be forced to clarify what you mean. So like when I say PlayStation has no games, what you need to, like, it should make it so, it should be so that what you really need to say is there are no games that PlayStation has released or is releasing that I'm looking forward to. Because the reason why I want that to be forced is because it forces people to ask the question, well, out of you're saying that Sony hasn't released any games this entire gen that you thought were good or worth it, and they have no games coming up that you think are good or worth it. And I'm telling you, the reason why people won't do that is because it reveals how much of a lie it really is. Because that is like almost not possible. That means you didn't care about Miles Morales, you didn't care about Demon's Souls, you didn't care about Sackboy: Big Adventure, you didn't care about Returnal, you didn't care about Ratchet and Clank, you didn't care about God of War Ragnarok, you didn't care about Horizon Forbidden West, you didn't care about Spider-Man 2, you didn't care about Helldivers, you didn't care about Astrobot, and the list just goes on and on and on and on and on. It means you don't care about Soros, it means you don't care about I almost said Death of Yote. Death Stranding 2, you don't care about Ghost of Yote, you don't care about Intergalactic, you don't care about Wolverine. It's impossible. That is literally not possible. There's too much there for a person to genuinely say that I don't like any of those games. And so what it forces them to do is to be honest. Be honest. You don't want to like any of Sony's games. Or be honest, you only like 3 of their games. And you're upset that they're not making more games like those 3 games right now. It forces people to be honest about the situation. And that's what I basically am trying to advocate for, is just people being honest. That's why I told people in my State of Play stream, look at every single game that was just revealed at the State of Play, circle the amount of games you're looking forward to playing. And then tell me how many games are on that list, and then tell me how unhappy you are about that show. And the only person that I think was honest to me, like a lot of you guys did that for games you liked and said because of that you enjoyed the show. But there was one person I saw that left a super chat that I think they were actually being honest, and I appreciated it, where they were like, I think I saw like one game that I'm interested in this show, and that's it. Or I don't know. I don't remember if they said no games or one game, and they weren't being rude about it, and they were just like, and I didn't enjoy the show because of it. And I did ask them, I'm like, well, damn, dude, if you didn't see a single game here that you liked, what kind of games do you play? I naturally feel like I got to ask that question, but I believed him because he wasn't being an asshole about it. And I'm like, okay, that's fair. That's fair, man. So I just got to get all this out of my attention. 4 to 5 games caught your attention. See, what's disturbing for me is 11 games caught my attention. And I'm like, that's a problem. Because I know, like, dude, one of the games that caught my attention, Lost Soul aside, same day as Elden Ring Night Rain. It's bullshit. That's what I'm mad about. That's what I'm upset about. I have to question how much longer this is going to go on for. If I give you a gift card, you're buying most of those games, MBG. Yeah. No, by all means. Guys, if you ever want to drop $74, it's got to be 74 for tax. You want to drop $74 direct donations and say use that towards the game? I will do that. Absolutely. I mean, any money I spend on games, it is being funded. It's coming from the channel. But I just have to wonder how much longer this is going to go on for, that's the question I have. I think what starts to make me feel unsettled is I begin to think that, dude, this is how it's just going to be for like permanently now. Like, it doesn't matter what Sony does. Doesn't matter what PlayStation does. Like, they're going to be the Apple of gaming, and they're just going to get. Well, to be fair, I don't know if I can call them that because I don't pay attention to Apple, so I don't know. I don't know if the hate that Apple gets is warranted or not. I don't know. But it feels like the way it's going to be going forward is the cool thing to do is to not like PlayStation and have a problem with them. And I get that people are going to jump on that bandwagon, but surely that bandwagon's got to fall apart sometime because there's not much holding up. Like, how long can that bandwagon be held up by lies and deceit and nonsense? I don't know, man. It's holding up longer than I expected. It's going to go for the time you let it go on, MBG. The world has changed, MBG. Everything is black and white now. It's not good. I know, man. I feel like that is kind of what it's turning into, and it can be good sometimes to see things in black and white. Sometimes it's necessary, but like 98% of life, maybe like 95% is not black and white. I think there's like that 5% where it's like, yeah, it's like it's more than obvious. It's pretty clear. Right, wrong, right? But 95% is not that. It's way more complicated. It's much more subtle, nuanced, and sophisticated to a degree. I mean, honestly, a lot of it is very sophisticated. And yeah, I just think that more and more people are giving up and they're like, no, dude, just pick your fucking side. Pick your side and pick up your club. That's as clear as that. And I know people like want to see me pick up the club. You know? They want to see me pick up the club. They want to see me bash. And sometimes I want to. But I just can't help but think, like, if I do that, then I'm no different. I'm exactly the same. Like, I am now part of the problem. I am the problem. You know? It's the question, you know, how much can you really change a person? And this one's for Rich Rod. How much can you really change a person with your fist? What's the success rate of that? I mean, I want to say it happens sometimes. Got to pick up a golf club. Sometimes, I think, in extreme circumstances where somebody, I mean, we're talking about the internet, so it's not like, you know, but in like real life scenarios, like sometimes, yeah, somebody needs a good crack in the face to put them in their place and make and humble them a little bit and be like, oh shit. You know, sometimes people just need a good ass whooping. Maybe you're that person. You've been that person. I've been there. Absolutely. But you know, a lot of times it doesn't work that way. A lot of times, did that rhyme? I'm sorry. I'm not, I don't even realize. A lot of times it's just, you know, you think somebody might learn something, but instead they're just like, no, you just enacted violence on me. Now I'm going to enact violence on you. So basically, in conclusion, Neil Druckmann was right when he made The Last of Us Part 2 and basically came to the conclusion that it's all about the cycle of violence and how it needs to stop. Bet you didn't see that one coming. Bet you didn't see that one coming. Let's take it to the arena. JMR's like, bro, another Last of Us 2 rant? No, I'm saying something good this time. Read Titus Crow's last message. Hold on, let me see. Sometimes when you pick up the club, you change your own world too. Who wants to live in a perpetual battle? That's what mods are for. RR plus GS for mod. You know what? Maybe I should take the opposite approach, guys. I don't know. Now you got me thinking. Maybe I need to take the complete opposite approach and be like, I'm done. I'm just gonna let the chat. Like, you guys are a democracy now. You guys are on your own. You're on an island. You sort it out, right? Like I'm just watching. I'm not part of it. I'll make the chat completely autonomous. But see, that cannot be. It can't be that way because I have to decide who's going to be the mod or not. You know what I mean? I decide who moderates. So at the end of the day, it still falls on me. So if I were to make Gaming Survivor and Rich Rod mods and then I suddenly get a shit ton of complaints, that's going to be on me. Damn straight, Democratic Republic of MB Gangstas. Escape from New York. We are our own country. We're like diamond dogs. Sort your shit out through CQC. But the moment I got to get involved. Sometimes in a zoo, they have to unlock the cages. Is that true? You can't scapegoat us for the failures, bro. Damn, Gaming Survivor's on to me. Well. Maybe I'm just gonna. Maybe I could just take a really, 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 really simplified approach. And I mean, this could truly be the simplest approach, man. Yo, hold on. Sony announced 3 first-party games that are coming in the next 3 years, whereas Xbox will release 3 first-party games in the span of 3 months. Like, we got to go over this again. You're gonna make me go over. This is. I'm sorry. Yeah, you know, Sony paid $75 billion for 2 major publishers, scooped up like what, 20 plus studios. Sony should be outputting 3 first-party games in a year. Oh, wait, that's right. They didn't do that. Motherfuckers. Anyway, Kazjam, before I read your super chat, I just wanted to say, I think the way I'm going to simplify this, guys, I'm going to make it as simple as I can. Are you making me happy or are you making me unhappy? I mean, think about it. Think about how simple that would be. It's such a simple, hey man, you know, I'm not feeling too happy about what I'm reading right now. You're not making me happy. Hey, you're making me happy. Thank you. I like it when people make me happy. There's something so dubious about that approach. But I like the simplicity of it. Those games ain't hitting like PlayStation games, though. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, I need to know. I mean, maybe like Doom. Doom's going to be good. Doom will probably be the big one. But I don't know, dude. People, it's like apples to oranges. Kazjam, sorry to keep you waiting, buddy. You're saying, I've been disappointed in the PlayStation this generation due to the lack of first-party output. Too many remakes / remasters, cross-gen, and sequels of PS4 games. I don't think PS5 sucks. I'm just disappointed. And see, that's the beauty here. Thank you, Cash. I'm actually glad you sent this because this is the perfect example of what I'm talking about, where you're not, you're just being a normal fucking person. And you're just stating your opinion, bro. You're not even asking for a response. You're just saying, you're giving your 2 cents in a respectful way. So Kaz Jam, I appreciate you, bro, and I appreciate that. And I want that to be an example of I absolutely welcome. Like I don't agree with that take per se. I could dissect it, of course, and go deeper into it, find things I maybe agree with, things I don't. But generally speaking, I just want it to be an example of like, that's absolutely welcome here. That's absolutely welcome, you know? And if you want to go deeper into explaining, you know, why with certain things, like why cross-gen is on the list or, you know, something like that, I welcome that too. But it just goes to show it's not what you say, it's how you say it. Like, it's hard to read. It's hard to pick up on things when you're reading it through text, but I don't detect anything here other than just a real, genuine person that's just trying to express, yeah, this is how I feel about the PlayStation generation so far. That's it. You know? That's it. You're pumped for Doom Dark Ages. We'll even get a hint of the Doom Slayer piloting a mech. Yeah, I'm gonna have to see if I'm gonna play Doom. It's coming out in May, right? See, oh God, May's gonna be a problem for me, dude. There's so many games coming out in May. Are we getting a showcase this summer? Seems Jeff Grubb said something about this. He did say something. Sony's contemplating. I think I might be able to get a review code of Doom if I want. But I don't know. I don't know that I want to do that. Because that's the thing. Like, I think I'd almost rather just buy it on my own physically and just play it on my own without signing an NDA. And, you know, I'm not going to, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Delwyn, thank you so much for another generous super chat, bro. You're saying, MBG, cheer up. F the haters. They're just crying because they don't like PlayStation. Apparently, there are rumors. Jeff Grubb saying a PlayStation showcase is the middle of summer, June incoming. Just saying, plus GTA 6 and 2 new trailers going to be huge. Yeah. Dude, you're saying my fingers are going to get tired? No joke. I use the DualSense Edge. You guys know how on the trigger of the DualSense Edge, it's got the PlayStation symbols lightly etched in. I think I'm going to have to go back to using a regular controller because I feel like it's giving me nerve damage on my fingertip. Or it's doing something to my nerves on the tip of my finger. But Delwyn, yeah, man, I gotta just. You're right, man. People keep saying like, don't let it get to you, don't let it get to you, don't let it get to you, and I keep letting it get to me. I do, and I guess this is why I feel like I got to take more control of the channel, because it's like, if I'm not taking enough control of my channel and I'm not kind of steering, if I'm not at the wheel, right, and I'm kind of just laying back, autopilot, whatever, then, but I keep finding myself getting upset. Why am I here? Why am I like, what, why, how did I end up here? It's like, dude, you're basically on autopilot. Like, take the fucking wheel and go where you want, steer this thing. That's where, there has to be some kind of affirmative action, bro. Because if not, I'm just going to keep letting it get to me. But I'll tell you right now, listen. What should I cosplay as if there's a PlayStation showcase this summer? What should I should I just cosplay as Master Chief during the PlayStation showcase? Mr. Clean? Mr. Clean? Hell no, dude. I'd have to shave my face for that. You don't want to see what I look like with a bald head and a shaved face. Trust me. Trust me. A Jim Ryan cosplay. Oh my God. I don't even know how I would pull that off. I don't think I could do a Jim Ryan cosplay. I have to wear like a whole mask and everything. Jordan from Intergalactic. Okay, I'm pretty sure I'd get canceled for that. Pretty sure I'd get... Oh, I'd have to shave my eyebrows? Mr. Cerny. Mark Cerny with a wig. Should I create a character? Kratos, maybe? Kratos would be an interesting one. Wolverine. Maybe I should create a character. I was just thinking. I don't know what we would name him, but he could be Hype BG. I don't know. No, can't. I don't know. Just some kind of like alter ego. And I wear some kind of wig. It's just some kind of like full cosplay, and he only comes out at certain times. Herman Hulst cosplay. Oh my God. Wolveritos? Corey, are you implying I should do some kind of crossover between Wolverine and Doritos? Where like I got claws and they're like painted red and they got like the Doritos logo on them? Is this instead of like spiked hair, you know, the two it's like two Doritos? That sounds cursed. Kratos. I don't know if I can pull off a good Kratos, man. I don't have the confidence level to do a good Kratos. Because I feel like if you're gonna do Kratos, you gotta. Oh, it's a hybrid of Kratos and Wolverine. I'm over here thinking Doritos. Wow. Concord character? That would be fucking funny. Sony would hate me. Bro, I should just get a trash can, cut the top out, and just spray paint it yellow. And I could be like that, and I could put like pronouns on it, like he, him. No, it feels like I'm kicking I'm beating a dead horse at that point. It feels wrong. That, you know what I mean? The timing of it, it's just like, bro, this game's dead. The studio's dead. It's like it never happened. Why are you digging it up? At that point, I feel like I'm digging up a corpse. You know? I guess we have time to think. I don't know that I could pull a Kratos off, though, man. You got to be... I'm definitely not buff enough. I'm not shredded enough. I've never grown my beard out that long, so I don't even know what that would look like. The only thing I really got going for me, man, is the bald. I mean, I do have some muscle. Do a cycle? I'm not gonna do a cycle, bro. I don't do cycles. I've never juiced, man, and I don't. The closest thing I ever got to juicing was using a product called Animal Stack, and it was made by Universal Nutrition. And I'm pretty sure there was some type of steroid in that. Like, that was just kind of snuck into it because there was something going on. Like, for sure. I was like, okay, I think I took like a month of it. And something was definitely different. Not going to go into detail, but never took it again after that. You've done a cycle. It evolved you from boy to man. Jacked 3D. I remember I took that before it became illegal. When apparently there was some kind of amphetamine in it. Yeah, these supplements, dude. I don't know. I remember taking Jacked 3D and goddamn, it worked. It worked a little too good. You know what's funny? I don't really take supplements. This is all I take. Keep it here with me at all times. This is all I take. No sponsorship, but I just take protein. That's it. Take Jack 3D before the live streams. I have been. Can't you tell? Not today, but previously. No. See, this is the problem with streaming for 10 hours straight. I stream for 10 hours, now streaming for 4.5. It's nothing. No, I'm just kidding. I'm starting to feel it. What flavor is that? It's vanilla ice cream flavor. Oxy Elite Pro. Never heard of that. Sweet Tooth cosplay. Doubles as a clown get up. I can't lose. If it goes good, I'm a PlayStation character. If it goes bad, I'm a clown. That's a good idea, actually. All I've taken is protein, but I started some creatine this week. Just finished my load phase. I've thought about doing creatine again. Every time I take creatine, though, like I end up stopping because it gives me headaches. I do drink a lot more water when I take it, but I just can't. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I don't give it long enough. But when I take creatine, it works pretty quick, dude. My muscles fill up with water pretty quick. I don't even do load phases either. What's the point of creatine? Creatine is essentially the closest thing you'll get to like natural steroids. And when I say natural steroids, I mean like no side effects. Like creatine is in your body naturally. You get creatine in food. Like if you eat a steak, there's like probably like if you eat like a 10-ounce steak, 8 to 10 ounce steak, there's probably like 4 to 5 grams of creatine in that. So you do get creatine naturally, but if you take it in the form of creatine monohydrate, your body metabolizes it a little bit more efficiently, and it fills your muscles basically with, it increases your ATP storage. If you know what ATP is, that's what's needed to do like, bursts of movement and lifting and resistance and all that stuff. But basically, if you want to know what it does for you, it will make you stronger. It will help your recovery. You will look bigger. Like if you take it for a longer period of time, you will look bigger. It fills your muscles with a lot of water. And one of the more interesting things about creatine in recent years is apparently it's been proven in recent studies that creatine actually can cure depression. Like, no joke. Apparently it's really, really good for depression. So creatine has a lot going for it, and it's safe. The only time you would need to check with a doctor to take creatine is if you have any kidney problems or any kind. If you have like a heart problem, if you have any kind of condition, you definitely want to check first. But people do load phases where they take like 20 to 25 grams of creatine a day for a week. And then after that, they go into a maintenance phase of taking 5 grams per day. I've never really did the load phase. It's just too much for me. I just go, you can still load up on the same amount just over a longer period of time if you just take 5 grams a day, 1 teaspoon. They recommend you take it. I think the best time is post-workout. When you're done working out, take a protein shake with some carbs and creatine, and that it's going to go right to your muscles. Like your body's going to transport it right to your muscles very quickly. Yeah, I don't know how people do the load phase, man. Like 25 grams. I can't do it. It makes me sick. I tried it like one time, and I'm like, I'm going to throw up. But yeah, I mean, I might start taking creatine again. I just got to, I think, get over like the initial phase where sometimes it gives me some headaches. You know what I've never tried before? Taking creatine capsules. I've always taken it in the powder form. And I don't like the taste of creatine. I don't like the taste of it. Like, I get it plain, obviously, but I can always taste it. It's very grainy. Like, when I put it in my protein shake, I can still taste it. And they have gummies now? Oh, shit. Creatine gummies, bro. Okay. All right. I might have to go to the bitch baby route. Get some creatine gummies. That's awesome, though. I didn't know that. You did get the capsules. You forgot the brand you got, but it was all encompassing. A brand that I used to be into and I referenced them earlier, but I just had to stop because it's just too extreme, is Animal. Do you guys know the brand Animal? And sometimes I'd still take their protein, but they're for like the hardcore bodybuilder. They're like Animal supplements are basically for people who are on steroids. And I remember I used to try to take the Animal Pack, which was their multivitamin, and it was ridiculous. It's like 12 pills, dude. They had like one for fish oil, and it's like 8 fish oil pills in one. Like has like omega 3s, omega 6s, omega 9s, and it's just too much. It's way too much. And I'm like this. Like eventually, I just kind of realized like this can't be good. This is a lot of shit for my body to metabolize. So I just stopped. You used to use Animal Packs and they made you hungry all the time. It's double the vitamins. Dude, I just felt like it wasn't good for my organs, man. I'm not going to lie. I'm like, there's no way my body's okay processing all this. AG1. I see that advertised all the time, I think. Fish oil burps are the worst. Well, when it comes to supplementation, I do think you got to be careful because a lot of this stuff is unregulated, and you know there's so many supplements out there, man. It's truly overwhelming to find the good stuff to take. That's why I've just settled on coffee as my pre-workout and a high quality, like trusted whey protein brand for my post-workout. And then I do have fish oil. I don't take fish oil every day though. I take it like once a week, maybe sometimes twice, because I do eat fish, and it's been scientifically proven that if you're worried about not like getting omega-3, if you're worried about getting omega-3s in your diet, eating fish just like once a week, is adequate. So if you're not eating fish at all, you might want to take a little fish oil, occasionally, just to make sure you're getting those omega-3s. But yeah, I gotta, dude, my diet is fucking trash, like straight up. The reason why I'm kind of like getting somewhat fat, or at least my body fat is climbing, is at night, dude. I don't know what's happened, but I go off a cliff at night. I mean, bad. Like to a point where I think I have to like maybe take a step back and evaluate if I'm like emotionally eating at night, because I gravitate towards the worst, most vile shit. Like some nights, I think I'm like stress eating or something, or I'm like anxiety. Some nights I will literally make ramen, like the cheap ass shit with the, they're basically like plastic noodles. I'll make ramen. I'll use the whole pack. I'll eat that. And then I'll eat like 4 servings of ice cream, bro. And it's bad. Like that. And I'm like looking at myself in the mirror. Like I look good, generally speaking. Like I think most people look at me and be like, you look good, man. But I'm noticing like areas of my body that are rapidly starting to hold fat that like wasn't there before. And I'm like, I need to get this under control, because I definitely, not only is the food I'm eating just garbage, but the amount and the timing of it is like, bro, you lost 15 pounds over the last year and didn't lose a lot of muscle mass, started doing a fasting phase during the day. I've been thinking about doing that. It's called getting old. Yeah, exactly, Corey. I literally had that last night. It's addicting. I don't like the packets, man. Whatever they put in that flavoring, it's like drugs. It's not right. It's not right. And I always feel like shit after eating it, but it's so good. Yeah, I'm thinking about maybe doing fasting, but I don't eat breakfast, so I go live at noon, and I usually eat my first meal between 11 and 12, but I get up at like 5:30, so I don't know. The problem is I eat late at night. I really fucking gorge my... Is that the word, gorge myself? I don't know. I become a fat slob at night. I know, dude, the salt in those packets. Hot Pockets. Fast from dinner to 11 a.m. Oh my God. See, I can't do that. I'm just going to have to work out harder, man. I'm going to have to become more athlete. Like, I'm going to have to become more athletic. Because I can't do that. I'm telling you. Like, I'll tell myself after I eat dinner, I'm good for the night. But my will, by the time it hits 10:30 at night, my will's crushed. I don't give a fuck. I'm like, I'm eating what I want, bro. You know? Fill up on salad. Digital Dude, you were really surprised we didn't see Ghost of Yotei the other day. I am, yeah. This is why I think maybe Sony might actually be doing a showcase, because they can show Ghost of Yotei, more Death Stranding. Maybe they can show Intergalactic, Wolverine. I mean, they could really bring it. Whiskey Gaming's a whiskey guy. God of War, damn it. Yeah, Corey, I don't know, man. Like, we're going to have to see what happens with God of War, because the rumors of a collection seemingly are not true. Seemingly. Maybe we'll get a surprise announcement later on that it actually is real. But I believe there is something. There is something, because Tom Henderson's really reliable, dude. He rarely gets stuff wrong. I don't ever recall him getting anything wrong. He said that there's something going on with God of War. He was very loose with it. He's like, I don't know if it's a remaster, a new game, the next game, but something's going on with young Kratos going back to Greece. So, guess we'll find out. They did say they're going to show Saros gameplay later this year. Oh, there you go. Another game that could show up at the showcase. March 22nd. I thought it was the 20th. March 22nd, 2005 was the debut. Yep. Watch videos on how McDonald's fast food is made, and that should curb your appetite at night. Oh, I'm sick, dude. You don't know. Listen, man. You know one of the things the internet has done to me, it has ruined me. And it's like, if I could just not, that would be amazing. And I don't know if you guys, if any of you experience this as well, like on Twitter especially, but also sometimes on YouTube, there's a lot of like disturbing content. You know, there's like a lot of disturbing content stuff that definitely is like, I didn't need to see that, but I saw it. And it becomes easier and easier to come by. And it's just not good, man. Like it's not good for your brain, for your mind, for your mental health. And I don't actively look for it, but there's a curiosity factor where sometimes I see a thumbnail from a random video that's recommended, or I'm scrolling on my feed and suddenly this video pops up and I'm like, what am I looking at? And then I watch it. And then by the time I'm done watching, I'm like, oh, that's what I was looking at. And yeah, man, it's just like, this is one aspect of the internet that is truly like, man, I do need censorship. Turns out I do need it. I don't need it, but it's like, I prefer it because it's like, I'm tired of seeing shit that's just mentally disturbing. And, that's one of the things that has ruined me with the internet, where like, even just, the night of the show, of the State of Play, I was a little bit more wired because I had more coffee and I was trying to relax. And I was, Mrs. MBG had went to bed, and I'm like, I'm like, okay, I just probably need to stay up for another hour or two and just try to do something to get tired. So I'll just, usually watching YouTube for an extended period of time gets me tired. And I was just scrolling through and I see this like video pop up for no reason. I've never searched anything on my channel regarding like winter sports or anything like that. but there was this video. It was like a 26-minute video of like the worst winter sports accidents in history. And that's what I mean, where it's like, I don't have to click that, but man, I'm morbidly curious. I'm morbidly curious. And I'm watching it. And, you know, the first couple I see are not that bad. And I'm just like, oh, that's kind of stupid. You know, dude skiing without a helmet, not a good idea, you know, on like steep slopes and shit. And it gets like progressively worse until it got to this one. And this is what I mean, dude. It's the rabbit hole where like, and I'm not going to describe anything because, well, I don't want to disturb anybody here, but also I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube. But there was this one where it was like showing some of it and then it just like blurred everything. And it was like describing what happened, but like saying they can't show it on YouTube. And I'm like, fuck. Because it sounded so gnarly and bad. Like I felt unsettled, even like seeing the blurred part and hearing what the guy was saying. And I was like, I should just go. And I was like, I think I just need to, like, this isn't good, man. Like, I just need to go. But then there's another part of my mind. It was skiing. Yeah, it was. It was skiing. I don't know what they call it. It's that sport of like speed skiing. Like, where they're going like 60 or 70 miles an hour down slopes. Oh my God, dude. Like, you know, some of this shit is more sad than it is brutal, where it's like this person was going 60 miles an hour, their ski got caught, they bonked their head, and now they're dead. And that's bad. So, okay, you know, they hit their head too hard and they just died. Very sad. But then there's like other stuff where it's like, you know, this person's ski got caught at 70 miles an hour and you won't even believe what happens to their body next. And that's what I was watching, but it was all blurred out. And I was like, I know I should leave, but there's a part of me, it's like, I got to see the video now. Like, I got to see it. I got to know. You know, I'm seeing it blurred. I'm seeing it described. I'm like, it can't be that bad. Like, I've seen some bad stuff. It can't be that bad. And so I made the mistake. This is what I mean. This is why it speaks to a deeper problem within me. You know? It's like, I'm like a moth to a flame. So I was like, all right, I'm going to just go look up this video. And it's on YouTube. And I'm not talking about it. I'm not, you know, you guys can go look stuff up yourself. But it was on YouTube. I'm like, holy shit. But then it had that warning. It was like graphic content and you have to confirm. And I watched it. And then, you know, I'm like, okay, all right. It wasn't that bad, right? But then I'm like, all right, I'll watch it again. Maybe we look at it a little bit closer, really get a good look at what's going on here, and like I watched it like one or two more times, and by the third time, like, dude, I'm like, my palms are sweating, and I'm like shaking a little bit, and I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna turn the TV off, and I'm just gonna lay here for a while. Cause I don't know, man. I started to feel really, not good. And I'm like, why? Like, I was already feeling somewhat, maybe I started to feel that way a little bit more because I was riddled with caffeine. But I'm like, I'm trying to calm down and relax. And instead I'm like watching shit that's so fucked up. And it's just like, how did I get here? How did I get here, man? It sounds like a legit addiction. Yeah, I don't know. It might be. I probably do have an addictive personality, man. Like, there's a history of this type of, like addictive behaviors in both sides of my family. So I think it definitely exists within me, and I think that's you can really get addicted to anything, truthfully. And so maybe there is a little bit of that. Yeah, who put that there, bro? Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I'm looking at these thumbs, like, who put that there? What's my resting heart rate at on average? If I'm like relaxed, I think anywhere between 60, 68, sometimes 70. MacTube says it's your own fault, MBG. You got to stop watching dark stuff and debating Xbox. I know, man. This is my problem. You're saying that's great? That's what Mrs. MBG tells me all the time. She tells me all the time that, like, you know, when she checks my heart rate, because she, you know, she's a nurse. Well, she was in nursing. She always tells me I have a really, really healthy heart, good heart rate. And I guess it makes sense because I've always been super active. I mean, this is the most inactive I've been in my life, but growing up, teenagehood, early adulthood, super, super active. Ghost videos, yeah, I can't watch them anymore because they suck, dude. See, the realization I had, Devil Shooter, growing up, I was always like scared of ghosts and stuff like that. And then like one day I just kind of realized, like, when on YouTube, like, all this shit's fake. And it's nonsensical now. If you search ghost YouTube videos, it's nonsensical. And then I woke up one day and kind of realized, you know, the real world, real life is actually the scary shit. And that's the gnarly shit. And yeah, I want to be able to see reality, but the question has to be asked, like, it's not a matter of can you see it? Can you handle it? If you have the ability to ask yourself, should you? That implies choice. You have a choice. So if you have a choice, maybe make a smarter choice. Gotta take less rant juice. Yeah. Well, guys, listen, we're about to hit the 5-hour mark, and it is Valentine's Day. I love you guys. I love you. Definitely gonna have to end this here before I go on too long. I've already went on too long. Go hang out with the family for a little bit. Watch Iceberg. You meant to say caving videos? Be careful with the internet, and what you watch and hear can be wild. I know, man. I know. Yeah, I'm learning that the hard way. But we'll learn together. All right, guys. That does it. I'm going to wrap it up here. Long stream today. I'll probably be back on Sunday. I'll tell Megan you said hi, Corey. Yeah, again, sorry for no morning with the missus, but next morning with the missus hopefully should be a good one. It'll probably come up next week. We just had a lot going on this week. It's been a very busy week. So yeah, that's the type of shit I'm talking about, Farron. Like, I can't watch that stuff. I'm just getting in. Did you talk about the Astrobot new DLC, and did you ever play the Christmas one? I played the Christmas one. We talked a little bit about Astrobot earlier today. Not extensively, but for a little bit. But, all right, guys, thank you so much for hanging out. I just want to give you a thank you. We hit 51 members. Thank you for that support. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. To anybody who dropped a super chat or a direct donation, thank you so much for that. Also want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. Does the timestamps for the streams. Absolute GOAT. If you see him in the comments, show him some love. Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do, man. So I think that's it. Yeah, like I said, we'll be back Sunday. I'll probably take tomorrow off, chill for a little bit. Because I really think I'm burning the candle at both ends these days. So, yep, subscribe if you haven't already. And that does it. So, guys, please enjoy the rest of your Valentine's Day. Remember, I love you guys. And that's it. So, Boss and Leia love you too. And I'll give Leia some of her silver nip later. I forgot to do that. We did say we would do that. So, I'll make sure to do that later. All right, guys, that does it. Till the next time, take care. One nation under PlayStation. Oh, man.